Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center in Phoenix, Arizona. This is day 3 of the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. For Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson, and joining me once again, my broadcast partner, Peyton Sefik. And Peyton, Canada, United States on the court right now.
All right, Tony.
On paper, it should go one way. However, we'll see how things play out.
Yes, indeed, Tony. The expected result might be a little different from the actual result. These two countries are neighbors, but there's not going to be too much neighborly love in this matchup, Tony. Both teams vying for different places in this tournament. Canada is yet to see a win on their record, and USA is trying to remain unbeaten. So we'll see how it goes. We have a slightly different lineup for the U.S. team. We'll see Michael Rayton on the ball right now, getting his first start in the red, white, and blue, which is exciting to see. Also have Riley Johnson and Lexi Hair and Nathan Mayer playing keeper. Good passing here from the U.S.
And it's shot in a goal, Michael Rayton. Wow. Wonderful passing. Now, this right here, let's watch it again on the replay. This is I will say, and maybe kindly or unkindly, this is a stark contrast to what we had seen from the U.S. up to this point.
Beautiful passing play. All three up players being involved in that. You know, they knew what they wanted to do, and Michael picked the perfect placement for that shot. Just split the defense. A dream start for the U.S. and, of course, a dream start for his first cap, or for his first start for the U.S. Really exciting to see from Michael.
Goal kick coming up for the United States. And so you and I had kind of talked off of the broadcast about the United States and about how there didn't seem to be a willingness and a flow to the passing game up to this point. However, whatever adjustments they made over the last 2 days, it's really coming through right now.
Yeah, you know, I think it's exactly the start they wanted for this game. Obviously, playing against Canada is a little different than playing against the likes of Argentina. But still, you know, you still got to perform out there. So a little contact there. Oh, we're actually going to get a 2-on-1. Canada a little close together. Might be used to making that call throughout this game, as it's been a consistent issue for the Canadians. Andre Bougie is going to be playing in the center for now for the Canadians. A position he's a little bit more comfortable with, as that's where he plays on his club team.
It is indeed. Johnson over to Hair. Back over to Johnson. Jaden Chabon going to pick that ball up. Lexi Hair, the pass over to Rayton. Rayton's going to take that ball, take a shot off of Andre Bougie, out for a goal kick.
Unfortunate call from the referee for a goal kick there. It looked like Michael was really trying to get a corner. But it didn't go his way this time.
So, goal kick for Canada. Mathieu Desroches set to. It looked like he was going to take that one, and Andre Bougie faked out everybody, including his teammate Jaden Chabon.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a kick in for the United States. Michael Rayton on this kick in. It is a different lineup today for the United States, which is actually, I mean, we talked about it with Canada, about all the different lineups that they have been playing.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing a different lineup for the United States. Now, I will say, the United States has the luxury of having world-class players from top to bottom. And that's not necessarily to say that Canada doesn't have the players, but when you look at the rosters, player to player, top to bottom, the talent level in the United States is simply higher. And so it gives head coach Tracy Mayer a little bit of flexibility in how he wants to run the offense.
Yeah, and I think, beautiful passing here from
Rayton with a pass across off of Bougie, and then Seguin, corner kick coming up for the United States. I mean, and you see it right here. I mean, like, the United States is just passing the ball at will at the moment.
They look really comfortable with each other out there. Their spacing is great. The pace that they're getting on the passing is what's leading to the success. So they're doing a really good job with just sticking to the basics, and it's really working out for them right now.
Lexi Hair at the far post. Michael Rayton going in motion. Riley Johnson taking this kick. That ball all the way across to Hair, cut off by Bougie. Chabon on the counterattack for Canada. Nathan Mayer steps up to stop her.
Yeah, and that's a moment in this game where Canada really needs to press their advantage when they have the likes of Riley Johnson down the court and not necessarily in a space to play any defense. That's when the Canadians need to press their advantage, especially being one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Unfortunately for them, Nathan was just too stout back there on defense and didn't allow anything to get past even the halfway line.
Bougie into Hair. He's going to pass it over to Johnson. Johnson didn't have anybody to pass it to, and now a shot from Riley Johnson goes wide. Johnson didn't have anybody to his left to pass to, and Lexi Hair was cut off and not in a position to receive the pass. So Johnson did really the only thing he could do other than drive it towards the area, and he took a shot, and it was a good shot.
Honestly, for the options that he had, it was a really nice shot. It was definitely going to be going wide, but just any bit of pressure.
Oh my goodness, a mistake by Canada puts pressure on their defense. We're going to get a goal kick. Michael Rayton saw an opening and almost drove it in. There was a lot of space between those Canadian defenders.
Yeah. Those two have played they currently don't play on the same club team, but they have played on the same club team in the past, and they do enjoy their fair share of chaos back there. I've been clocked by both of them more than once in a game.
Same.
So, that's something that they have to look out for. Luckily for Canada, they haven't ended up with any cards quite yet throughout this tournament, but the way that those defenders play is so fearless that they do have to be careful of that.
Another corner kick coming up for the United States. Again, same setup. Riley Johnson taking the kick. Michael Rayton going to go in motion as he's set up along the touchline, and Lexi Hair at the far post.
Lexi was the leading scorer for the U.S. national team at the World Cup.
And that shot off the post.
Nice shot.
Rayton looking to drag Bougie across the goal line. He's not going to get there.
Time to pass it out.
Lots of contact in the goal area as Bougie and Rayton are banging around down there. Seguin slams into Bougie. Rayton's working his way patiently. Andre Bougie is going to be very hard to drive around.
Definitely. He's a very strong player.
Let's see if Rayton can get a pass back to his teammate Johnson, waiting at the top of the area.
Rayton took a little while to get in position to send a pass back up to the middle. And now it looks like he's just trying to ball handle a little bit more. Not necessarily what the U.S. is looking for right now.
Foul on Andre Bougie is going to give the U.S. a direct free kick from just outside the area. This is going to be a challenging angle to defend for Canada. I mean, it's also a bit of a challenge to score from here for the United States because it's such a low angle.
Yeah, they're going to bring Rayton down into the middle of the box to seal off the defender. But it's, as you said, it's a very tricky angle. I think Riley is looking at Lexi on this far side. He'd love to get the ball over to her. As I was saying, she was the leading scorer for the U.S. at the last World Cup. Have yet to find a goal in this tournament, though.
That ball across, and we're going to have a 2-on-1 violation on Rayton and Johnson. Now, as soon as Riley Johnson hit that ball, they were in a 2-on-1 position, so the referee calls it.
Yeah, I don't know if the U.S. was quite drilled enough on that style of kick. That was it was a little sketchy, a little unorganized from the U.S., to be honest. Let's see if Canada can build out from there.
Johnson with the ball. Off of Bougie and out of play. It's just a little tiny nick from Riley Johnson.
Such a small play in the grand scheme of things, but just really daft touch there from Riley to hit it off his opponent and to maintain the possession.
Rayton down to Johnson. Out of play.
The U.S. just needs to tighten up the screws a little bit here. They started the game so hot that that's kind of been a consistent theme we've seen in this tournament with teams that start really fast and really well, kind of fall out of favor after the 10-minute mark in the first half. So let's see if the U.S. can pick it right back up.
Bougie sends that over to Chaban. Riley Johnson takes that, blocked by Seguin. Johnson the last to touch that. Canada kick in. And Peyton, you are correct. Once the game settled down a little bit after that first goal, the energy kind of dampened a little bit in the match, and Canada's starting to settle in a little bit here. They still haven't been able to wrestle control of the ball away from the U.S. just yet. And contact there between Desroches and Hair, and Michael Rayton a little late on that spin. Jaden Chabon was right there to stop him.
Yeah, I think he ended up holding off on that full spin just because Jaden was so close to him. Didn't want to draw the contact foul. Canada still looking for their first possession, sustained possession in their offensive zone here. They do have a touch over the halfway line, but only just.
Right back to Chabon. That ball goes, and contact foul on Canada gives the United States another free kick.
I'm sure Riley's asking for, we would have much rather had advantage there as the ball bounced right to him, but the U.S. is going to enjoy more possession here. Let's see what they draw up. A little bit more of a traditional look than we're used to seeing from the U.S. No motion, it seems.
Now, Mathieu Desroches is leaving a lane open for Lexi Hair to receive that ball. Let's see what happens here. He closes it off. Oh, and that ball actually went behind him.
Yeah, Riley didn't catch that quite clean enough.
It was actually probably fortunate because Desroches would have cut that off. That ball across, blocked by Bougie. Johnson against Bougie. Johnson's waiting patiently for that moment to open up, and there it is.
Nice play by Riley there. Oh my.
The two teammates slam into each other. A piece of Seguin's chair came flying off as Bougie and Seguin
Let's see that replay again. It looks like it
slammed into each other. You'll see it right here.
It was the add-on part as Bougie hit into the kind of the back wheel of Seguin.
It's almost as if he didn't see her there.
You know, I think they just both know that they can take contact, and they play right through it pretty much every time. So we'll see a little bit more of that throughout this game. As both of those players are fearless from contact. Referee's going to make Seguin go off the pitch just to get her chair fixed.
So it looks like Emily Saint-Denis-Leroche is going to come on in her place. And the United States also preparing for a substitution. Pete Winslow about to come into the match here
for Riley Johnson. Good opening to the game from Riley. Things kind of slowed down a little bit. This is definitely a different look, taking Riley Johnson out of the game. That means Michael Rayton's going to be playing mostly in the center for the U.S. team. The youngster is he's not shy, and he's definitely used to the pressure of playing center, as that's where he plays on his club team. So I think he'll feel pretty comfortable, especially in this matchup.
Set ball just at the edge of the Canada goal area. Pete Winslow, Andre Bougie going to face off. Winslow working, doing his best to keep that ball in the area, to keep the United States attack going.
Very patient from both players here. Nice from Pete.
Bougie opened up just enough to allow Winslow to get that pass off. And now Rayton and Winslow will switch positions. That ball's still in play just on the end line. It is now out, and a corner kick is being awarded to the United States.
Good call from the ref. Make sure that went right.
Now, for those of you that are wondering how the referees determine who gets that ball, the ball is along the touchline or the end line in this instance. And Michael Rayton was in a position to keep the ball in play, and Caroline Seguin was in a position to push the ball out. And that ball snuck through Pete Winslow, split the defenders, and used them to score a goal. Let's watch that.
We've seen this time and again from Winslow. He's so good at masking his shot. Everyone thinks he's going to Rayton, streaking into the middle, and he sees about a 13.5-inch space between the keeper and the defender, and he just sneaks it right in there. Just such a nice shot from Pete.
And if you notice on that replay, Bougie thought that ball was coming in front of him, so he he cheated out just a little bit, and that was enough room to get that ball off the back of his chair.
And that's what the Americans offense does to you. You know, there's so many different options that they can go for that, you know, you have to choose one thing to do, and often they have two options. So it's very frustrating to play against, I'll tell you that. But great execution from Pete in the end.
Mayer stepping up. That's a 2-on-1 on Canada.
Everyone coming together.
It was indeed. Shaban and Bougie coming together.
Luckily for the U.S., that was a 2-on-1 against Canada, because it could have gone directly the other way right after the fact. But definitely a good call. It was definitely a 2-on-1 against Canada first. Pete directing traffic here. Canada playing a pretty flat line on defense. Nice.
Roche sends it away. Mayer makes a play on it.
What a
Lexi
pass.
Hair winding up for a shot.
Oh.
She just misses.
Great pass from Nathan Mayer there, finding his wing player streaking down the sideline. Really close to connecting on that one, Tony.
Andre Bougie going to kick it from pretty much the corner triangle. They can't get much deeper than this. They get it out. Michael Rayton across over to Winslow. That ball off the back of his chair, back up to Rayton. Rayton across to Hair, over to Winslow. Winslow winds up for a shot off of Seguin, and it bounces off Shaban and out of play. Kicking coming up for the United States. 17th minute, United States up 2-0. And so far, the United States have pretty much dominated the entire flow of this match, Peyton.
I would say it's about 98% of the possession has gone towards the U.S. And Pete just hitting it into the defense there to get himself a slightly better angle here.
And this is really where Pete likes the ball, right at about the top of the goal area.
Especially with Michael sealing off the keeper. That's going to come right across the Lexi.
Hair back to the near post, and no one was there to collect it.
Well, unfortunately, she just wasn't quite set yet. Pete took that kick pretty quickly because Michael did a great job sealing off the defender, and Lexi was still getting her back wheels in the spot she needed them. So unfortunate that the ball came across so quickly, but that's why she wasn't able to select where her shot went.
Winslow takes that goal kick away from Canada and now does battle with Bougie. Out of play, kick in coming up for the United States again. And Pete Winslow is just going to bomb this ball into the goal area and see if he can get a corner kick or at least better position for the United States.
That's absolutely right, Tony. Just sending Michael low, so we might see a slightly different look here.
Winslow back up to Rayton, back up to Winslow. That ball cut off by Shaban. Roche cuts off Mayer, and we're going to get a foul on the United States. Free kick coming up for Canada, and a little bit of reprieve for the Canadian defense.
Not quite the potent offense that we would expect to see from the U.S. quite yet. There's still a lot of power soccer to be played in this one, but there's only a couple minutes left in this first half.
Bougie hits it out of play and gives the United States the ball. Pete Winslow going to take another kick. Michael Rayton set up, creating a little bit of a lane.
Lexi looking for the space through. Wouldn't be surprised to see Michael open up and let this ball go through to Lex on that far side. Jaden doing a good job trying to seal off as much as possible.
Winslow all the way across to Hair. Hair with a shot.
Oh, that's
goes
gonna
up
bounce
in the air.
up.
And the referee's going to award the goal.
Wow.
Let's watch that again.
That ball was certainly above 20 inches.
So I wonder, he might have allowed the goal. Let's watch it again real quick. By the time the ball crossed the goal line, it was under 20 inches.
You know, I'm not quite sure because the ball was over 20 inches directly with a player directly under the ball. So I'm not quite sure what the thought process there was, but
the referees have awarded a goal. It is now 3-0 as we prepare for halftime, and the referee's explaining his decision.
To the Canadians.
And Peyton, I will agree with you and the Canadians that ball was above Andre Bougie's head.
Yeah.
As it was coming towards him.
Unfortunate for the Canadians there, and very fortunate for Lexi, who finds her first goal in this tournament.
Substitution for the United States, Ryan Connolly into the match for the goal scorer, Lexi Hair.
This is also an interesting lineup for the U.S. as we have two really powerful kickers out there. Conley and Winslow both have strong kicks. So we'll see if they shake it up a little bit. I would assume Pete's going to continue to take the kicks. But Conley, honestly, one of their strong suits is that strong kick. So
indeed,
interesting lineup for the U.S.
That ball,
great pass from Michael.
Just over the end line, though. Goal kick for Canada.
Good look from the youngster.
And there's the halftime whistle. The United States started off hot and finished the half with another goal from Lexi Hair. We're going to take a break. Canada trailing 3-0 to the United States. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center in Phoenix, Arizona. It's the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. For Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson, and Peyton Sefik joins me in the broadcast booth for the second half. Peyton, it looks like we're going to get a couple lineup changes for both sides. David Dowling looks set to make his match debut. Brian Connolly is in the match. Michael Rayton also in the match for the United States. Still in goal, Nathan Mayer. For Canada, now in the match, Emily Saint-Denis-Le-Roche and Evan Palmer. The rest of the lineup for Canada remains unchanged. Andre Bougie up front. Caroline Seguin in goal.
Yeah, I like this lineup a lot from the U.S. team. Michael Rayton and David Dowling, both strong players in the center, like to distribute the ball a lot. So we'll see if they continue their passing ways as they did in the last half. Canada, on the other side of things, really didn't have too much possession at all. So it's good to see them have some possession right now early in the second half. The U.S. just dominated that first half, though, with about 95% possession.
The foul by Evan Palmer gives the United States a free kick just outside their goal area. David Dowling over to Connolly. Connolly across to Rayton. Rayton's not going to catch that in time. Now Seguin could have just let that go. That ball's going to bounce back towards their goal area, and they save it before going over the end line.
2-on-1.
2-on-1 violation on Canada.
She wasn't able to sneak into the box. Bougie had to protect that post, as that was a wily-looking ball rolling down the line. So
that ball looked like it was going to roll over the end line for a goal kick.
I think as a defender, they're down 3-0. They don't want to see any more goals going in. So he was in a little bit of abundance of caution there. Dangerous spot for the U.S. here.
There is a lot of space behind Seguin and the goalpost at the moment. Michael Rayton certainly sees that.
It is an indirect kick, so we're going to have to get a touch before. Dowling cannot shoot the ball directly, but we'll see what the U.S. drums up here.
Dowling has a lot of power in his kick. Let's see where it goes. Rayton with a shot in between the defenders and a goal.
Just too much separation from the Canadian defense.
And again, I believe Bougie moved again. There was a tight enough gap between the two to start. Now watch him move. See, he moves forward again. It was a second time he's done that now to give up a goal. Yeah. He did it when Pete Winslow scored. He did it again when Michael Rayton scored. It's now a 4-0 United States. Yeah,
that's just that's tough. I mean, that goes back to the options that the U.S. brings to the table with their offense. So good to see them capitalize right away. Early on in the second half, would love to see them continue the momentum, as there was a little bit of a drop-off in the first half after they scored. See them continue that momentum here. And as for Canada, just trying to get a possession, anything positive to cling on to.
Connolly, that ball too far away.
It's going to be contact off the ball here.
We're going to re-kick the ball, though. The referee was signaling that everybody was supposed to wait for his whistle. So
nicely.
Contact, yes, there was. It won't count, though. It never happened. We were going to take the kick once again.
I've already forgotten about it, Tony.
David Dowling looking to pick his spot here. Canada packing in really tight on defense.
Evan Palmer sneaking in behind Rayton there.
Connolly with a shot, didn't really get it cleanly. Seguin, and a foul on Seguin. Actually, it is going to be on Seguin.
Yeah, pretty tough contact. Right on the front of Dowling's guard there.
Referee signaling to wait for the whistle.
I was talking about Conley's kick, but it looks like Dowling's going to be the one taking it, which is no drop off for the U.S. Dowling can blast the ball.
That ball straight in. David Dowling on the direct free kick from distance.
Oh, he is pumped. First goal of the tournament for David Dowling. I was talking to him last night. He didn't mind much that he didn't have a goal quite yet, but I assured him that one was coming, and he blasted that in. He had the space, and he did not hesitate. I love to see that from the young player from the U.S. Very confident strike of the ball right there.
That ball across to Palmer. Dowling stops him momentarily. Michael Rayton steps in. Rayton and Palmer. Rayton the last to touch it. goes out of play for a Canada kick in.
It's going to be a great test for a different feel for the U.S. in defense with Rayton playing in the box with Mayer. Something we don't see too often. It's almost always Riley Johnson in the box with his club teammate Nathan Mayer. So an interesting look for the U.S. I'm really excited to see it how it works out. Conley, nice control there to keep the ball in.
Conley and Palmer working that ball out of play.
Good job from Conley just to let that bounce off the Canadian defense, retaining possession for the U.S.
David Dowling setting up for another kick, really trying to score from it here.
I'd rather have Rayton in between the two top defenders instead of down there. Dowling is just going to blast this one into the middle.
That ball bouncing between Rayton and Bougie.
Now we get a set ball. The ball, that time, in my opinion, wasn't over 20 inches, but it did get wedged between two chairs, and that becomes a safety issue. So.
Canada going to make a substitution here. Jaden Chavon, Regan Funk coming on for Andre Bougie and Emily Santané-Leroche. And we're going to have a set ball just outside the Canada goal area. David Dowling, Caroline Seguin.
This is where Dowling shines often.
Dowling over to Rayton. Rayton back to Dowling. Dowling winding up for a shot blocked by Chavon.
A little more patience from Dowling there. He might have been able to sneak that through to the far side, and Conley waiting to hit that ball in the far post. Dowling directing traffic subtly.
He's going to go between the defenders here. Off and sit down for a corner kick. I think everybody knew where it was going.
Didn't matter. Didn't matter. Sometimes you can know exactly where the ball's going and not be able to do anything about it. Conley getting good position here.
Palmer trying to close off this angle a little bit.
Canada needs to watch their spacing. They're all pretty tight here, especially with Jaden going to be flying out. Wouldn't be surprised to see Michael take a touch on this one.
Rayton with a shot, and in between the defenders again. A goal for the United States makes it 6-0.
That happened quickly, Tony. They really picked it up in the second half. Not to say their first half was poor, but just a little slow and didn't have quite the energy that they have going on right now. Really beautiful play, just perfectly executed from the U.S. Again, going back to the options that they provide themselves on offense.
Regan Funk over to Chavon. He tried to get it over to Palmer. Couldn't get the ball, though. David Dowling.
And look at that far sideline. We're going to get a full line change. Everybody over the boards says Tracy Mayer.
Palmer with the ball. Rayton takes it back, passes over to Dowling. Dowling winds up for a shot.
What a shot.
That ball blocked by Chavon. That ball passed across. Dowling with it now. Off of the guard of Evan Palmer. Ball bounces over the guards.
We're going to get a stoppage.
And the referee is going to give a set ball just outside the goal area.
Canadian coaching staff would have went ballistic if that did count, because it bounced straight over a guard, definitely over 20 inches again.
Now, the guards are only 11 inches at the top. Right. So if a ball bounces over a foot guard, and goes over the line, that's still technically a goal.
Indeed.
And so, however, the referee had stopped the play here. In the normal course of play, though, if the ball were to bounce over the foot guard, and just over, it's well below 20 inches, and it could, in the interpretation of the referee, could count as a goal.
And actually that happened in the USPSA championship game, in the premier championship game for the USPSA against Dowling.
Over to Conley. Conley with a shot blocked by Chavon. Good save by Jade Chavon.
Honestly, let's see the replay on this one. Good passing here from Dowling. Finding Conley, great movement from Conley off the ball to find the space to take that shot. If I'm my coaching staff for either of these teams, I'm asking to switch this ball out. That's about the fourth time it's bounced way too high in the air.
It was indeed. And now, major lineup change for the United States. Coming off are Ryan Conley, Michael Rayton, and Nathan Mayer. Coming on in their place in goal, Jordan Dickey, number 3. On the far side of the pitch, number 5, Lexi Hair. And in the middle now, number 22, Riley Johnson.
Dowling staying on the pitch. This is the the squad we saw start the Argentine game. Probably one of the strongest lineups that Tracy Mayer has in his toolbox.
Now play will resume after a Canadian substitution. Emily Santini-Laroche in the match. In goal for Caroline Seguin. Johnson, that ball over the guard of Jaden Chaban, and we're going to have a stoppage of play. A set 2-on-1 violation on Canada. Santini-Laroche and Chaban both out of the goal area.
Again, we see that ball bouncing up. I'd really like them to see, I really like the referees to switch this ball out. It's going to continue to bounce.
Dowling, Johnson, Dowling the shot.
Every hit, this ball is just going to bounce straight up in the air.
It is indeed. And these are all the same type of ball, all from the same manufacturer. There have been some bouncing balls this weekend, not as much as this one, however.
You know, it might be the same batch of balls, but every ball is different, and sometimes certain ones just, because of wear and tear, they just take a certain shape that makes them bounce a little bit more than usual.
2-on-1 violation, advantage played. Johnson over to Hair, blocked off by Evan Palmer.
Another 2-on-1 there.
Another 2-on-1 violation. Canada just having all sorts of trouble staying spaced out properly. And it is really putting them at a disadvantage in this match.
I hate to say it, but I wouldn't be surprised to see the ball bouncing up on this one.
Dowling over to Johnson. Johnson with a shot off of Javon. Dowling back to Johnson. Johnson winds up, pass over to Dowling. Dowling winds up. Evan Palmer is there. He touches the ball. Dowling. Hair was right there to take that deflection.
Really hard read from Lexi there, but a beautiful play from Dowling.
Lots of good passing from the United States here.
We'll see the replay here. Dowling.
Wonderful hold up right there by David Dowling.
Lexi a little too hard to read as it deflected off the defender's back guard, but she was in the right spot. Beautiful hold-up play indeed by Dowling. Referee is just getting the defense for the Canadian set, making sure everybody's in the legal spot. This will be a corner kick, so both defenders have to be beyond that 5-meter mark, with the goalie allowed to be off the court.
Dowling to Johnson, shot and a goal.
Easy peasy from Riley Johnson.
Emily Santini-Laroche
just came off that post.
She left the post, and she actually turned around if you watch her.
She wasn't even on it to start with, and Riley had it.
You see her turn straight, and as a defender, that's the last thing you want to do along the goal line. Because it makes your chair small, and it reduces the amount of space along the goal line that you can defend when you turn straight.
Exactly, and Riley kind of saw that the whole way, so this is going to be another dangerous position for the U.S. to be in, right alongside the top of the box, just outside of it. That might be a little too high up to get it across. We'll see what they go for. Riley with movement.
Dowling into the defensive wall. Dowling again with a shot blocked by Palmer. Kicking for the U.S.
Slightly better spot now along the top of the box. This is what Lexi's looking for. Wouldn't be surprised to see Dowling go to try to get it to the far side.
Now Johnson doing the smart thing by blocking off Santini-Laroche. Momentarily, that ball across. Hair with a shot. Hair off the corner of her guard. Redirects it in. It is now 8-0 United States.
Let's see this replay. Lexi Hair scores a brace in this game.
And you'll see she catches it off the outside corner of her guard.
Riley didn't even touch the ball, but he affected that play just so much, being able to block off both the defender in the box and seal off the defender outside the box. Really astute play from him. Expect nothing less from the veteran of Team USA. But just a clinical finish by Hair on that far side. This one is getting out of hand, Tony.
It has indeed. This is by far the largest lead we've seen this entire competition. Pass over to Jordan Dickey. Jordan Dickey holds the ball for a moment. Didn't really have anybody to pass to behind him, so he's going to take it himself. The pass across to Hair. Collision just outside the Canada goal area. Hair smashing into Funk, and so a direct free kick for Canada. Javon over to Funk. Across to David Dowling. David Dowling cut off by Chavon. Jordan Dickey pass off to Johnson. Johnson going to grab this ball and slow it down a little bit. The pass back to Jordan Dickey. Jordan holds up the ball now. Regan Funk grabs the ball, tries to turn Dickey around. She does momentarily. It's going to go out of play for a Canada kick-in. And we're going to get substitutions. Pete Winslow, Ryan Connolly set to return to the match.
We saw a little bit about that 4-up style of offense with involving Jordan Dickey in the passing game. It didn't necessarily work exactly what the U.S. was looking for. They didn't quite find that extra pass to switch the floor from one side to the other. That's a big feature of the 4-up is to work the defense on one side of the pitch and then switch it to the other side. And the U.S. just wasn't quite able to connect on that. Let's see if they continue to go for the 4-up style with Jordan back there in keeper.
Winslow and Connolly replacing Hair and Dowling. Regan Funk going to take this kick for Canada. 36th minute. You are reading that scoreboard correctly. It is 8-0 United States over Canada. Connolly touches the ball back to Winslow. Winslow holds on to the ball. Back over to Connolly. Connolly going to get cut off by Chabon. Riley Johnson. Connolly with a shot. He glances it off the corner of his guard, and it's going to just twist out of play.
Good movement from the U.S. That's what they like to see. Connolly couldn't connect with that as well as he wanted to, but still encouraging to see all 3 up players touching the ball there. I'm sure the coaching staff would like to see all 4 players on the court for the U.S. start to get involved in the offense.
Palmer with it. Connolly opened up for a shot, and a shot right in between the defenders, saved by Chabon.
That was close.
He did have Pete Winslow on the other side of the pitch, and a 2-on-1 violation gives the United States an indirect free kick.
Canada's finding a hard time trying to separate themselves from each other. You know, we talked a lot about communication with this team. Seems like they need to obviously have their work cut out for them.
Connolly with a shot, saves. Goal kick coming up for Canada. 37th minute, and this is by far the most dominating performance by any team in this competition so far.
Yeah, 5 goals in the second half. Pretty disheartening for Team Canada. They knew that they had a nearly impossible task ahead of them against this U.S. team, but you know, it doesn't feel good being on the other side of that one. And as far as the U.S. goes, they're excited with this result. You know, I think the encouraging thing from their perspective too is that they still have things to work on. You know, so when everything comes together for the U.S., they're very impressive.
Winslow to Connolly,
beautiful.
A goal for the United States makes it 9-0. And the pace on that ball is so hard to stop. You watch the Canadian defenders, they know it's coming, and they just react a little too late, and it makes it an easy goal for Ryan Connolly.
Connolly just finds themselves in the right place at the right time. Beautiful shot, clinical finish, and exactly what the U.S. was looking for. The entire, you know, that's 9-0, right, for the U.S. But if you saw the sideline for the U.S., everyone went crazy because that's Connolly's first goal of the tournament. So they're really excited for their teammate, wanting to get everybody involved. It's awesome to see.
Dickey over to Winslow. Winslow
Beautiful
gonna
pass.
tee up for a shot. He was waiting for the ball to come through. He's gonna hold it up for a moment.
Such a nice pass from Jordan there.
Wonderful pass. Now that ball across to Connolly. Connolly's going to wind up for another shot. Swung a little early.
You can hear the communication out there for the U.S.
The pass across to Winslow.
Beautiful.
Winslow with a little touch.
What a touch.
My goodness, what a beautiful pass from Ryan Connolly.
Oh, let's see that one again.
Exquisite touch by Pete Winslow.
Connolly just sticking with this the whole way. Opened himself up perfectly to get that ball all the way across him.
Exquisite touch by Pete Winslow.
Incredible touch from Pete on the corner of his guard just to sneak that inside the far post.
And it is now 10-0 United States.
This is exactly what the U.S. was hoping for. They really opened things up here in the second half. They're playing very loose. They're feeling good. They're communicating with each other. This is promising from the U.S. for sure, albeit against an opponent that doesn't quite match up.
Winslow wanted to get it over to Connolly. That ball over to Evan Palmer. Johnson backtracks to stop Palmer from going any further. The ball out to
Nice.
Chabon.
Good look from Canada there.
A save from Mayer. Ball is out of play. Kick in coming up for the United States.
That was a great play from Canada. You know, 10-0 is a tough scoreline to be playing. You know, to put together anything positive at this point in the game is really impressive. And
Connolly, oh my goodness, Ryan Connolly wanted that shot back.
I've been in training camp a few times with Conley. He is, I've seen him hit those in the past, so really cool. Really cool to see that play work out. Unfortunately there, he didn't quite get out on the end of it.
The United States going to look for maybe one more goal to round it out here.
Evan Palmer is saying no thank you.
And there's the final whistle. The United States, from the opening whistle to the closing whistle, absolutely dominant. 10-0 the final score, Peyton.
They opened up the throttle and they didn't look back. You know, that's encouraging from the U.S. This is the last day of pool play, so they're really trying to put their best foot forward going into the playoffs tomorrow.
Indeed. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, Argentina, Mexico at 10:30 local time. Be sure to come back and join us for that. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. We'll see you soon. You can probably hear the noise. The Argentina fans, the Mexico fans are ready to go as their sides collide. It is the second match for day 3 of the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Hankel. For Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson. Peyton Sefik joins me. And Peyton, this should be a fun match to watch, especially for Argentina.
It'll certainly be a loud match, Tony. Both of these fan sets are going crazy right now. The energy in here is palpable, so really looking forward to this one. Argentina's been playing lights out throughout this tournament, only suffering a 1-0 loss to the U.S., so they look to continue their run in this one. And we get some early highlights here.
Aber Lopez with a shot blocked off by Adrian Sanchez. Arocena the cross over to Tegrelli. Tegrelli looking to wind up the pass across to Arocena. It's blocked off by the Mexican defenders.
Nice.
Arocena comes in, cut off by Sanchez.
Great defending there from Sanchez to work it out of his own
Eric
zone.
Ramirez,
Oh, no.
a bit of hesitation, sends the ball out for an Argentina kick, and quick rundown of the starting lineups for Argentina. Currently in goal, number 23, Nicolas Quiquen. Also on the pitch for Argentina on the far side, number 17, Santiago Arocena. In the middle, number 10, Valentino Tegrelli. And here on our near side, number 7, Aber Lopez. And there's a shot and a save by Eric Ramirez.
A slight changeup in the starting lineup for Argentina.
There is indeed a slight changeup. You'll see on the Argentina technical area, you'll see a blank chair, an empty chair. That is Caleb Mansour's chair. He was injured yesterday in that match with Canada. Here's a shot by Aber Lopez that goes over the end line for a goal kick. Caleb Mansour was injured in that game against Canada yesterday as he and Emily Saint-Denis-La-Roche collided, and he actually had to go to the hospital to get examined. He's going today to get checked out. Hopefully we'll be able to see him at some point in the competition. More importantly, though, hopefully he'll be okay. So he is out for at least this match.
Mansour is a veteran of power soccer. I'm sure he'll shake it off in the. Let's hope he's back for tomorrow, as tomorrow the important games really start getting going, as Argentina looks to make their run into this late into this Copa tournament.
Lopez, Tegrelli, back to Lopez. Lopez misses. Quiquen, the cross over to Arocena is cut off by Eric Ramirez. The pass down, Arocena late on that pass. Eric Ramirez across, Aber Lopez. Arocena to Tegrelli. Tegrelli back to Arocena. Arocena holds onto the ball, the pass across, blocked off by Sanchez. Quiquen picks up the ball near the center line against Eric Ramirez. He turns Quiquen. Ball pops out. Sanchez to Ramirez. Aber Lopez across, cut off by Tito Camiro. Valentino Tegrelli on the ball.
It's all Argentina early on in this one. They've enjoyed most of the possession here.
Tegrelli, Arocena, Quiquen, back to Arocena, to
beautiful.
Tegrelli. Tegrelli to Lopez. Lopez winds up for a cross. Arocena back across the area, cut off by Sanchez. Arocena with another shot and just wide.
Oh, man.
Let's watch that again. Argentina really locking in.
They're starting to feel themselves early in this game.
Wonderful open passing by Argentina, and Arocena did not miss that shot by much.
No, great looking passing play involving all 4 players for Argentina. You know, with Mansour out injured, we were wondering what the shape for Argentina was going to be, but they were continuing with the 4 up.
Chicho Ramiro now with an opportunity for Mexico. Tegrelli carries and clears the ball out of the area. Close to a 2-on-1 violation for Mexico. Arocena back to Tegrelli. Across to Aber Lopez. Lopez across to Arocena. Arocena back to Lopez. The passing is exquisite right now from Argentina. They are really feeling confident.
This looks beautiful.
Tegrelli. Arocena tipping the ball to himself, winding up for a shot across the area, blocked by Adrian Sanchez, kick in, Argentina.
Argentina looking dangerous out there right now. They are feeling themselves. Looking forward to seeing how they continue to build their play. It is deafening in here, Tony.
Aber Lopez now with the ball up to the top of the area, cut off by Eric Ramirez. Segarelli back to Lopez. Lopez with a cross, saved again. Segarelli missing that shot, out of play goes the ball. Mexico, according to the assistant referee, was awarded the kick in. However, the referee comes in to overturn that call. It is going to be Argentina ball. That is the correct call. Valentino Segarelli looking to go down to Aber Lopez. Up to Segarelli. Segarelli across to Arocena. Arocena winds up for a cross. It goes over everybody. It's not going to count as a goal because it went over 20 inches or about 55 centimeters.
Ball continuing to bounce out there, Tony.
It is indeed. And I will say today here in Phoenix, a rare, cloudy and humid day here in Phoenix, and that's certainly going to affect the ball some.
It affects, yeah, you know, you have to take everything into account, including the weather, even though we're playing inside. When you find yourself in more humid temperatures, the ball and your tires get a little more sticky, and it's just a different feel. And, you know, we're in the desert here in Phoenix, Arizona, but as you said, it's been raining for the past 12 hours or so.
Lopez with a pass up the touchline. Segarelli back to Lopez.
Oh,
Lopez across Arocena. Kikwen came in. Arocena both came in.
Little miscommunication there from the Argentinian offensive players there. It did not go their way as two of them collapsed into the middle of the goal area.
Now Kikwen, his job as the second pivot in this 4-out is to sit back a little bit and protect the goal, because if that ball had gotten past him, it was going towards the goal.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Arocena winding up for a shot across. Segarelli with a shot, save Ruben Sanchez.
Look at the timing on that. That was beautiful.
Segarelli winding up for a pass back. Actually a shot into the goal area. Pass across to Aber Lopez. Lopez across. Arocena back up to Segarelli. Segarelli back down to Arocena. He misses that one. Cross over to Lopez. Lopez winds up for a cross. And Arocena backed up too much. He gets it over to Segarelli. Segarelli back to Arocena. Arocena to Lopez. Lopez with a shot.
Oh, great defense.
Saved by Adrian Sanchez. Wonderful passing by Argentina.
Look at this replay. I mean, the ball is going back and forth so fluidly for the Argentina national team. Good save in the end from the Mexican defense, but they must be really feeling the pressure right now.
Aber Lopez attempted to shoot it between the defenders to split them, and he was just a bit off, and Adrian Sanchez able to save it. Aber Lopez. Segarelli with a shot, saved by Ruben Sanchez. 2-on-1 violation. We're going to have a free kick for Argentina just outside the goal area.
It's going to be an indirect kick here, so let's see what Argentina draws up. They're going to have to pass it or deflect it off a defender. We've seen this setup from Argentina a few times where they have both wing players deep on one side. There's going to be motion. Aber Lopez just prompting Valentino Segarelli to take it easy, calm down.
Segarelli with a shot. That ball pops in the air, and it rolls along the end line. It's going to go out for a corner kick.
I believe that's going to be a sideline kick, actually. We'll see.
The referee has awarded a corner kick to Argentina.
Oh, wow.
It didn't go out over the end line, so it should be a kick in. It is going to be a corner kick, though.
I think we're having a... Just making sure everything is set.
That ball across. Arocena with a shot, save Ruben Sanchez.
Argentina's got to be careful with the way they're playing offense there. They had two players really close together once that ball came in play.
Another corner kick for Argentina now from our near side.
Arocena smart to just deflect that off the defender for a corner kick. Aber Lopez enjoying so much freedom at the top of the box here. He is demanding the ball.
He is completely unmarked at the moment at the top of the area.
Just giving all
Segarelli.
Perfect.
Aber Lopez, a shot save. Aber Lopez with another shot. And it goes wide.
If he went to that far post, that might have been a goal. Argentina having so much space to play with while being on offense here. Would like to see Mexico play a little tighter. They did a really good job in the past few games of limiting the amount of space their opponents have at the top of the box, but Argentina has the ball moving so well right now that it's hard for them to judge where they should be.
And that's one thing you'll see with the 4-out system is it is designed to play the entire width of the pitch to spread out the defense. And right now, Argentina is taking advantage of every square inch or centimeter, depending on where you're watching today, of the pitch and really spreading them out. Arocena, the pass across to Aber Lopez. Lopez thought about sneaking it in. Ruben Sanchez cut it off though. Segarelli, Lopez, save Adrian Sanchez. Lopez with a shot, save. It bounces between Mexico's defense. Lopez, Segarelli with a shot.
Oh, just outside.
Just wide.
Look at this replay again. Beautiful movement. Aber Lopez and Segarelli combining yet again. Mexico is very fortunate not to have given up a goal yet in this game.
Valentino Segarelli barely missed that shot. Segarelli with the ball.
Feels like Mexico's holding on for dear life in this one.
I mean, like the United States in the last game, this is probably the best we've seen Argentina play so far in this competition.
And they don't have any goals, so that's very interesting.
Segarelli across to Arocena. Arocena with a shot, save Mexico. Ruben Sanchez slams into his own teammate to save the ball. Ruben Sanchez blowing through Valentino Segarelli. That is going to be a foul on Ruben Sanchez, 100%.
Really big contact there through the ball. Segarelli clearly in discomfort.
He's holding his right knee. It probably slammed into the joystick sitting next to his leg.
Having a conference.
No caution issue.
We're going to have Argentina direct kick here. Really big contact.
And that, Peyton, is a direct result of adrenaline and nerves, because Argentina is just doing what they want at will out here, and Mexico, quite frankly, panicked a little bit in that moment.
You know, I can't blame them for panicking. Argentina is moving the ball sublimely right now. They are just having their will with passing. They can put it wherever they want. But unfortunately for them, they haven't seen the ball go across the line though. And you know, that's something to seriously pay attention to moving throughout this game. If they continue to not be able to get the ball across the line, that's going to make them feel a little frustrated and honestly put the pressure on them. Even though Mexico is absorbing so much pressure right now, the longer this goes without them scoring a goal, they're going to start to feel like, what do we have to do? We're moving the ball so freely. Looks like Segarelli is going to be okay. He is a very tough individual, very strong player out there. I wouldn't be surprised to see, even if that affected him pretty significantly, he's going to stay out there.
Free kick coming up. Segarelli to Aber Lopez. The shot saved by Ruben Sanchez. Valentino Segarelli with a shot saved again by Mexico. Ramirez. Nice teamwork by Mexico to clear the area. Segarelli is going to circle around and keep the ball in play. Ramirez with a pass across to Camiro.
Nice.
Tito Camiro against Nicolas Piquen. Piquen back into the area. Not a good pass by Camiro. Not a lot of space between the defenders. Camiro's going to try to push through. He's going to have to look for a pass out of the area to free up the ball and move the defenders a little bit. That ball over to Piquen.
Even this little amount of relief for the Mexicans goes a long way for them. They have just absorbed almost 10 minutes straight of offensive pressure from Argentina. It's really important for them to take their time now to establish themselves in an offensive presence and just to relieve that pressure. So we'll see what they cook up here.
Aber Lopez waiting to defend against Sanchez. Lopez with the ball. Sanchez not giving up yet though. Lopez.
Nice play from Lopez
moving
there.
Towards the center line.
Oh, beautiful from Lopez here.
And that ball's still in play.
Wow.
Adrian Sanchez.
Amazing control here. Continuing his great run. Good teamwork there from Argentina.
Piquet shields off Camilo.
It's close to a 2-on-1. That's exactly what we're going to get.
We're going to get an indirect free kick for Argentina. Piquet over to Tagliarelli. Wanted to get it over to Lopez. It was cut off by Ramirez. Lopez waiting for that ball, and there's the pass. 2-on-1 violation.
Argentina too close together now. After enjoying so much pressure early in this first half, Mexico has found a way to kind of at least slow down Argentina just enough where they're not consistently absorbing offensive pressure.
Sanchez, too much pace on that. Gives Argentina the ball. Gabriel Lopez looking for his next pass over to Arocena. Arocena back to Piquet. Piquet back to Arocena. Arocena looking to go across to Lopez. Piquet. Arocena taps the ball to control. Back up to Piquet. The shot saved. Lopez. Piquet misses the spin kick.
Good idea from Argentina there.
Counterattack from Mexico. Ball along the far touchline. And that's out of play. Kick in Argentina.
Just to go back to that offensive spell Argentina had just had, that was without Valentino Zigarelli in the middle. Really encouraging to see without their best player still affecting the play.
That pass comes out too high for anybody for Argentina to reach. Kick in for Mexico coming up. 17th minute, no score, a lot of pressure from Argentina. However, Peyton, as you said earlier, it results in nothing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that's actually very significant as you start to feel that as a team who has enjoyed a lot of offensive opportunities but not having any results can kind of start to creep into the back of your mind. Like, what do we have to do to score a goal? So we'll see how that plays out in the latter half of this game.
Tagliarelli, Lopez, nicely done. Good execution on that kick in. Forced Sanchez to hit it out of play, and it moves Argentina closer to the Mexico goal area.
Look how much room they have on that far side.
Arocena was completely unmarked. Now he passes it over to Lopez. That is close to a 2-on-1 violation. Ruben Sanchez, Eric Ramirez. This is going to be an indirect free kick from just outside the goalposts.
Really awkward spot for both teams. To defend against this when the ball's so close is very strange. But on the other side of things, it makes it just as hard to find a good angle. Sometimes when I have the ball in this area, I'd like to just establish the passing game as Argentina has done throughout this game.
Right there. Oh, and that's going to be a goal for Argentina. There it is.
Goal.
Let's watch it again.
The Mexican coaching staff pleading for above 20 inches.
We'll see here on the replay.
Good movement here.
And that's close to a 2-on-1 actually. More than 20 inches.
Just as we said earlier in this game, the 2-on-1 was very close on that play. Mexican
they're going to call no goal. It is a 2-on-1 violation.
2-on-1. Oh, way to come together as the coaching staff to get that call right. I think they did a good job conferencing Edwin Romero on this near side, conferencing with the center referee to make sure that they got the call right. Good job by the referee staff.
And I believe it was Gabriel Lopez who was the front player on that. It was Arocena who was that front player leading back on that kick.
And we had mentioned that. Whoa, Tony, what do you think? Above 20 inches on that one?
A little bit. So when Arocena cleared out for Tagliarelli to make the shot, he didn't move out far enough or fast enough. Yeah. And so all three players were too close together. As you said, good job by the officiating group to come together and make the correct call.
Yeah, and for Argentina, that's one of those plays where the timing has to be so precise for them to avoid the 2-on-1, and they clearly feel comfortable with it because we've seen them in that setup multiple times now. But as we said on the first one that they had, it just seemed like they were a little too close together after the kick. So
and now, also, I'm going to just go back to that final play again one more time, and a foul on the play against Mexico. With the two Mexican defenders facing back-to-back to each other and leaving the near post open, if I'm Aber Lopez, I think about taking a shot off the front of that guard and deflecting it in.
yeah, definitely. You know, and that might be something that the coaching staff want to look at too, because we know that Valentino does a great job masking where his shot's going to be, and maybe they switch out the kicker moving forward. It's going to be a goal kick, I believe.
It is going to be a goal kick. Added time here in the first half. We are scoreless. However, the energy in here is at about a 10.5 out of 10.
Pretty electric here, Tony. Really exciting to see, and honestly, this bodes very well for Mexico going into halftime 0-0 here.
Secondarily, cut off by Chicho Camero. That is out of play. 2-on-1 violation. He's going to get it. He is indeed going to get it. And I will say, before we end the half, although he's not with his team at the moment, it is nice to see Khaled Mansour in the facility. And a shot by Aber Lopez. Bounces between the defenders and off the post. So close for Argentina to get their first goal of this match. Let's watch that again. So close was Aber Lopez. That ball went between the defenders and then off the post.
Very tight.
Lopez, the pass across. Arosano with a shot saved by Ruben Sanchez. Another corner kick and more pressure from Argentina.
As I was mentioning earlier, we have Valentino taking the kick now. Let's see if he can choose his spot. Went a little too fast on that kick, though. He rushed it.
And that's the halftime whistle, ladies and gentlemen.
Goodness.
There was a lot of action. Mexico under tremendous pressure. However, to their credit, there is no score. We're going to take a break. My goodness, when we come back, the second half of this very exciting match. Argentina, Mexico, 0-0. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. Argentina 0, Mexico 0.
An incredible first half, Tony. Oh, my gosh.
It is indeed. You are watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Hankel. For Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson. Peyton Sefik. It was indeed an incredible first half. Mexico, again, just withstood some relentless pressure from Argentina and did not concede a single goal.
We saw some of the best passing we've seen in this entire tournament in that first half from Argentina, and yet they did not find the back of the net. Really looking forward to seeing how the second half shapes up.
Aracena Lopez with a shot, saved. Adrian Sanchez. Lopez with another shot, saved again by Sanchez.
More of the same from the Mexican defense. Tony, I would be remiss to, without note, Feliz cumpleaños.
Wow, mucho gracias.
Mi amigo, Tony Jackson's birthday today, so happy birthday to you. Not to put you on blast.
It's okay. No, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the ripe young age of 24.
Eber Lopez with a shot across the area. Arocena back across. Segarelli with a pass cut off by Eric Ramirez. Valentino Segarelli. Pass out. Kikwen over to Lopez. Back to Kikwen.
Close.
Misses the spin.
A little too close there.
2-on-1 violation called. Chicho Camiro right there.
We'll see how Mexican defense shapes up. We noticed in the first half they had so much, Argentina, had so much space on offense, and that was a little different look from the Mexican defense. We had seen them really do a great job limiting the amount of space their opponent has.
Arocena late on the spin, sends it out for a goal kick. Yeah, we'll see if Mexico starts to tighten up and defend the passing lanes, or if they will allow Argentina to continue passing the ball around in very much what has been a bend but don't break defense.
Indeed, yeah, that's a great way to say it, Tony. And these moments, you have to live for these moments as Mexico. Even though it's a goal kick for Argentina, just anything on your offensive zone, is a win right now. Just because of how much pressure you have absorbed throughout this game, anytime you can relieve that is an absolute win, and you need to celebrate. But you can't lose focus at the same time.
And it would be a huge victory for Mexico if they were to come away with a point.
Big contact there. Good positioning from Eber Lopez to get in the Mexican offensive player's way and draw that contact. That's something that can spark an offensive possession. Play like that.
Back to Segarelli, a little ahead of him. He lets Kikwen take it. He's right next to him.
Yeah, that could have been a 2-on-1.
Nicolas Kikwen off of Ramirez and out of play. Kicking coming up for Argentina.
Valentino just demanding that his teammates use their communication to let each other know where they are to avoid that 2-on-1.
Eber Lopez up to Kikwen. Back to Lopez. Lopez winding up for a pass. Segarelli, he's a little late on that cross, and he knows it. Kick in Mexico.
You can see what they're trying to do with Segarelli setting up so deep and then streaking into the middle.
Ruben Sanchez.
Big kick from Ruben.
Segarelli with a huge shot across. Arocena the cross. Sanchez cuts it off before Eber Lopez could get to it.
Good rotation here from the Mexican defense.
Segarelli, Adrian Sanchez along the touchline, and that's out of play. Kick in Argentina.
Both players coming together, but as we were talking about earlier, Segarelli trying to keep the ball in, and that's why he got the call.
Segarelli, Lopez, Segarelli, back to Lopez, into Sanchez, however. Lopez back to Segarelli again, back to Lopez. Eber Lopez, kick in. Argentina once again.
Argentina not finding as much space as they had in the first half here. Can't quite get all of their players involved in the passing as they'd like to. We'll see if that changes.
Lopez, Kikwen, and a shot. Oh my goodness, what a wonderful try from Argentina. Eber Lopez a little late on that cross.
We'll see the replay here. Good combination. The two pivots up top, setting up Lopez had an opportunity to sneak that through the Mexican defense, just too late on it.
He hesitated just slightly before making that final move. Now Eric Ramirez over to Chicho. Zegarelli takes it away. 2-on-1 advantage called. Play continues. And we're going to bring it back now. And the Argentina coaching staff is wondering why the official decided to blow the play dead.
He had originally given an advantage, and it didn't seem like the advantage had stopped at all. We'll see what Argentina comes up with here on this set piece.
Javier Lopez on the ball. Valentina Zegarelli to his left. Ball goes to Zegarelli across the area. Arocena.
Good touch from Arocena with the corner of his guard to put it back to Zegarelli.
Goal kick coming up.
It's like, for some reason, Argentina is finding the extra pass they need, but they're not finding the angle to shoot the ball.
Ruben Sanchez, Eric Ramirez.
Nice.
Adrian Sanchez, the shot off of Zegarelli.
Oh!
Foul. And that is the second time Valentino Zegarelli has been absolutely pummeled out here.
Looks like we're going to get a warning.
The referee asking the trainer to come out. It looks like Adrian Sanchez took the worst of that hit, even though he was the initiator of the contact. And Sanchez is indeed coming over and going to be cautioned by the referee. And rightfully so. That was a pretty reckless spin there.
Yeah, that's one of those plays where I think it goes back to the amount of pressure that Mexico has absorbed throughout this game, that you do find yourself with a little bit of space, even with the defender closing in on you. You're hoping to get a clear lane and a shot on goal, or stop the opposing player from advancing the ball. And unfortunately, just a little too close to Zegarelli there, and a big hit happened. We haven't actually seen the card. There it is. A yellow has been issued for the Mexican goaltender. Can't tell if we're going to get a substitute.
Well, Sanchez has come off the pitch momentarily. It looks like they're going to tape something down on his chair. He hit Valentino Zegarelli pretty hard.
Because it is the player wearing the penny.
It looks like they're going to bring Chucky into goal for Argentina. He is putting on a different colored top. He's going to be donning fluorescent green to differentiate him from everybody else on the pitch. So he's putting a bib on to signify that he is now the designated goalkeeper. Chucky is coming into the match for Mexico.
This is Argentina's time to capitalize. You know, one of the top players from Mexico having to come out of the game because of an equipment issue. This is a moment in the game for Argentina where they really need to press their advantage.
And this is going to put a lot more pressure on Ruben Sanchez in the goal area. And he also has been playing fantastic. And so this is not a slight against Chucky at all. He's a good player. He's just not the starting keeper.
I think it's just one of those moments where you have a player that's been really locked in this game, and they have to come off the pitch, unfortunately, because of an equipment issue. And that changes the entire shape of the Mexican team.
2-on-1 violation, advantage called. Chucky calls it out, and now they're going to bring it back.
An incredible start for the substitute, having to come on essentially cold, not expecting to have to be substituted in, and gets a clear out for his team. A really important play for Mexico right there.
Indeed, and the Mexico training staff working frantically on Adrian Sanchez to get him back into the match. Sanchez over to Chicho, who hits it into Zegarelli. Ramirez, Zegarelli over to Javier Lopez. Lopez winding up for a pass across Zegarelli, and the save by Chucky goes out for a corner kick. And you can see Chucky out there a little bit hesitant to make a move. Let's see how Argentina takes this situation.
That might have been going out of play, but I think he did the right thing by just ensuring that ball is not going to go anywhere near the goal line.
Lopez across
Ruben
Cut off by
Sanchez.
Ruben Sanchez.
Close to a 2-on-1 there.
Ramirez taking on Kikwen. Kikwen going back the other way for Argentina.
Impressive play from Kikwen here.
Nicolas Kikwen.
Oh, he had him.
Very strong move. Turning Ramirez and getting a kick in for his side.
Beautiful play from Kikwen there.
Segrelli into Lopez. Chucky steps up, stops that ball from going any further. Lopez, Segrelli, Arocena, blocked by Chucky.
He had the near post.
Chucky now holding on to Segrelli. The pass out, Ramirez is there to stop Segrelli from getting that ball. Good
That's
teamwork.
That's exactly what we were talking about. The space provided versus taking away that space at the top of the box. Mexico doing a great job filling those lanes.
Mexico getting too close together, defending 2-on-1 violation. And Argentina coaching staff wanting the advantage again.
I didn't really see too much of an advantage there, so.
Segrelli looking for Lopez. Lopez across the area to Arocena.
Here we
Arocena
go.
with a shot. Back across to Aber Lopez.
Here we go.
Lopez with a shot.
What a goal.
Goal by Aber Lopez.
It's been
Finally,
brewing all game long.
Lopez puts Argentina on the board in the 32nd minute.
Lopez giving a shout out to his teammate who's not able to be out here this game. Caleb Mansour giving us the M. Showing a lot of love to his down teammate right now. So we love to see that. A clinical finish from Lopez on this near post. It had been brewing for Argentina the entire game. And they finally put one across, taking a lot of pressure off of themselves.
Kikwen, Lopez cut off by Ramirez. And just as they score a goal, Adrian Sanchez comes back into the match for Mexico. And he cuts that ball off for a kick in.
Tony, you really have to feel for Mexico. Their keeper playing out of his mind all game long. Unfortunately dealing with a very slight equipment issue that led him to come off the pitch.
Lopez across the area, cut off by Chicho. Held into the area by Arocena. Sanchez, Arocena, ball comes out to Segrelli, cut off by Eric Ramirez. Kick in Argentina, 33rd minute. Argentina finally found the breakthrough they had been seeking for so long.
Mexico showing bravery in this game. Even though they're down 1-0, they have been playing amazing. We'll see if Argentina continues their onslaught here.
Lopez back to Segrelli, back to Lopez. Lopez looking to go across into Sanchez. Segrelli on Adrian Sanchez.
The Mexican diehard fans are not backing down. They are showing a lot of love to their squad right now.
Close to a 2-on-1 advantage called. Keeper is back in the area. Segrelli looking to weave his way around this defense. The pass across cut off by Sanchez. Kikwen on the ball. The pass across to Arocena. Arocena holds close to a 2-on-1 on Argentina. Kikwen really needs to back out a little bit.
Yeah, he's not finding the space that he really needs.
And that ball is just going to twirl between a bunch of players and go out for a kick-in. Substitution coming up for Mexico and Argentina. It looks like Pablo Ochoa is coming in for Argentina in place of Santiago Arocena. Mexico looking for a substitution as well. Let's see, it looks like Chucky poised to come into the match, but he's going to have to wait until the next stoppage in play. Heavy contact between Sanchez and Segrelli. Ruben Sanchez gets the ball away from Segrelli.
Sanchez getting caught behind the ball here. Wearing that keeper penny, it makes it really hard for Mexico if he gets caught out.
The pass out, Kikwen for Argentina. Lopez, nice turn. And something happened off the ball. I didn't hear any contact.
I think there was a little contact through the ball on Kikwen.
So we're going to get a free kick for Argentina. 35th minute. And we are going to get a substitution. Chucky coming into the match for Eric Ramirez, it looks like.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Mexico get a little get a little extra aggressive here. Down 1-0, they feel like they can be. They feel like they deserve to be in this game, as they do. They've played an incredible game so far, and with this lineup for Argentina, let's see if Mexico can put a little extra pressure on and potentially get a chance before the end of this game.
Tegarelli taking the free kick over to Ochoa. Ochoa across and back over to Tegarelli. Not a lot on that pass though, allows Chicho to come in and stop Argentina from progressing. That ball's going to go out of play, and it's going to be a kick in for Mexico. The Argentina coaching staff disagrees. Sanchez. Tegarelli winds up for a shot. Cut off by Ruben Sanchez. Adrian Sanchez with the turn. The pass, slow pass, cut off by Tegarelli. Ochoa, the punch back to Tegarelli.
Nice.
Tegarelli across, cut off by Ruben and Adrian Sanchez. Goes to a 2-on-1 violation.
There was no one though, Tony.
There was indeed, correct.
You need a one to have a 2-on-1.
Argentina ball. Tegarelli along the touchline for Lopez. Ruben Sanchez stops that ball.
Nice touch from Ruben there.
Quinn waiting for a pass to come out to the top of the area. Chicho is marking him. Tegarelli chips that ball away from Ruben Sanchez. Now Ruben Sanchez cannot come into the area. Oh, and a foul on Tegarelli.
See if the card comes out on that one.
Tegarelli is only going to get a talking to here.
Guarantee the next foul on him is going to be a yellow card. So
I think the Mexico coaching staff was looking for that caution.
There's been a few big contact fouls between both of those players. I'm surprised we didn't see another card come out.
Sanchez off of his teammate. Back to Adrian Sanchez. Tegarelli, Sanchez working patiently. Mexico really don't have a lot of time. If they're going to do something, they need to do it now. And Valentino Tegarelli so good playing one-on-one. Just holding the ball, being patient. Javier Lopez with a shot. It's going to go wide and out for a goal kick.
I think that's a play Javier Lopez wants back. In the waning moments of this game, I'd like to see him just catch that ball and force Mexico to make him take it out of the corner.
That ball going to roll all the way to the other side. Kick in Argentina. Tegarelli to Lopez. Back to Tegarelli. That ball, Ramirez, that ball sprung loose, and Ramirez.
Oh, he had his back to it.
Chicho Camilo did not even see that ball. Piquen, Sanchez. Sanchez has the ball taken away. Nicely done by Piquen.
Beautiful play from Piquen.
2-on-1 violation on Mexico.
Piquen has been playing very well in this game. He's been very consistent for Argentina. Although he was dealing with some spacing issues earlier in the game, he has provided a really strong outlet on the defensive side of things.
Now he passes into Tegarelli, who lets it go over to Ochoa, and Ochoa misses the ball. Mexico with just over 60 seconds, plus there will be some added time for the injury. Javier Lopez wanted to unleash a shot. Adrian Sanchez there to stop him from getting the full rotation. Let's see if the referee indicates how much added time there will be. Tegarelli cut off by Chicho. Sanchez, Kikwen,
Great play from Kikwen again.
Ochoa across the pitch. Ruben Sanchez takes a shot.
Oh!
And that ball gets past Tegrelli.
Oh
Chicho
my
saw a
goodness.
moment and an opportunity, a flash of light from Mexico, quickly dimmed. Ochoa over to Tegrelli, cut off by Adrian Sanchez. Close to a 2-on-1 on Mexico. Tegrelli looking for the call. He's not going to get it, and that is out for a Mexico kick-in.
Argentina is so fortunate that ball didn't find its way over the line. We're going to get 4 minutes of added time.
Referee has indicated 4 minutes of added time. Mexico at the door. Can they get one through? Mexico across. Chicho winds up for a shot, and that ball blocked by Tegrelli. Contact
there.
on Chicho. It's going to be a free kick for Argentina.
Yep. Mexico having a few opportunities. 3 in the box, actually. This is going to go against Argentina.
Oh, my goodness. What a series of events that have just taken place. They called a 2-on-1 violation. Referees got together, now call a 3 in the box. And to see the Argentina coaching staff sitting so calmly is quite surprising, because they had the ball going the other way. And now Mexico with an opportunity in added time to score an equalizer. This is an indirect free kick. Chicho at the near post.
Massive opportunity for Mexico. They've seen a couple of opportunities late in this game. Let's see if they can get the equalizer and shock Argentina.
Valentino Tegrelli.
Mexico has to be really careful of their spacing here. Would hate to get a 2-on-1.
Tegrelli at the post. Adrian Sanchez on one side. Chicho on the other side for Mexico. And the ball's coming in. And the shot.
Let's get this thing in!
Over the line.
Oh my gosh!
Chicho for Mexico!
I can't believe it!
Ruben Sanchez gets it just past Kikwen. Chicho deflects it over the line. 1-1 the score in added time.
Kikwen had an incredible game leading up to that moment. Just a lapse of focus. And Mexico shocks Argentina with a late goal.
Now Chicho looking to go for the game winner. Valentino Tegrelli pushing. He's going to have to work with his teammates to get this ball. Tegrelli looking for something to get his team back in a winning position here. Tegrelli holding. Lopez the ball now. Cut off by Ruben Sanchez.
Incredible play from Ruben Sanchez there.
Heads up defense.
Just disrupting what Argentina wants to do. Something that they kind of struggled with in the first half really came on strong in the second here.
Lopez, the cross to Ochoa. Ochoa with a shot blocked by Adrian Sanchez.
Another late chance for Argentina. Let's see if they can steal this game back. An incredible second half here to an incredible game.
Javier Lopez winds up the cross. Mario,
that's going to get to him. What a save
by Adrian Sanchez.
Unbelievable save from the Mexican defense. There, that keeper is standing on his head back there.
Valentino Tegrelli now for another corner kick. How much more can Mexico withstand? Javier Lopez going to take this kick. Valentino Tegrelli going to the far post. Pablo Ochoa looking to set a screen. Javier Lopez, the ball across. The shot, the save, and the clearance.
2-on-1.
2-on-1 violation
on Mexico. Oh no!
Chucky at the top of the area causes the 2-on-1 violation. And we're going to get a yellow card on the Mexico technical area for the coaching staff.
Must be a dissent. This game has everything, Tony.
Adrian Sanchez, Ruben Sanchez, back-to-back along the goal line. Indirect free kick, Argentina, the final moments of this match in added time. Tegrelli over to Ochoa. Ochoa with a shot.
Just wide.
Just wide. And
that's going to be the full-time whistle.
The full-time whistle has blown. And Mexico in added time.
Stealing a point.
Unbelievable match. Argentina came out late in the second half, scored the goal to go on top. Mexico in added time, pull the equalizer, and both teams are going to come away with 1 point here. A huge point for Mexico.
Fireworks for your birthday, Tony.
Thank you very much. Gracias, Mexico. We're going to take a break. When we come back, Brazil, Uruguay. At noon local time, you are watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. We will be back. More exciting action on the way. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center in Phoenix, Arizona. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. The Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson, and my broadcast partner, Peyton Sefik. Peyton, we had an amazing game last match. Mexico versus Argentina. A last-minute goal by Mexico ended in a 1-1 draw. Incredible scenes. The Mexican players, the fans, the coaches were in tears after the game. That was the biggest result for Mexico in their very short history.
I think that was the game of the tournament for me so far, Tony. It was just the energy in this building was palpable. Both sets of fans were going nuts. The players were playing out of their minds. The coaching staffs were locked in. It was really exciting. So let's really hope that energy from that game earlier carries over into this one. We got a great match, Uruguay versus Brazil right now.
Indeed, two familiar foes, Uruguay, Brazil. These two have been playing against each other for well over a decade now. They are intimately familiar with each other.
I would assume they are foes while they're playing out there. It'll be a really exciting game to commentate. So looking forward to this one for sure.
On the pitch for Brazil, number 7, Bernardo Borges. Also out there on the pitch, number 4, Lucas Dutra. In goal, number 1, Pedro Grosso. And also on the pitch, rounding out Brazil's lineup, number 5, Daniel Fiseo. And for Uruguay, in goal, number 11, Dario Romano. Also out on the pitch, number 10, Lucia Barbosa. And there's a kick coming through from Lucas Dutra. Also on the pitch, number 9, Francisco Vil. And rounding out Uruguay's lineup, number 8, Marco Diaz.
We see a lot of Vil and Barbosa playing relatively close together, passing back and forth. They do a great job spelling each other in the middle here, with Marco Diaz waiting patiently on the far side to score goals. We saw him score a hat trick in the opening game of the tournament. So that's kind of the formula that Uruguay has cooked up. On the other side of things, for Brazil, play comes through Lucas in the middle here, wearing the keeper jersey, also with the captain's armband on.
Kicking coming up for Uruguay. And this match actually has huge implications for the rest of the competition. Mexico just drew level with Argentina, so that puts them on 1 point so far. If Uruguay lose this match to Brazil, Mexico still have a chance. And there's a deflection towards the Uruguay goal area. That one is heading wide, and Dario Romano makes a play on the ball. If he had just let it go, it would have rolled out for a goal kick. However, now Uruguay's defense under pressure from Brazil.
And I think actually the play there was to poke it with the front of his guard back to Francisco Vil, who was calling for the ball, but his keeper did not notice him calling for the ball there. And now Brazil gets an opportunity to lock the ball up down in their offensive zone. But Vil, so skilled on the one-on-one game.
He is indeed.
This is going to be a great matchup between him and Lucas.
Also equally skilled is Lucas Dutra.
It's going to be a great matchup.
2-on-1 violation in play on Uruguay, and Brazil are going to get an indirect free kick from outside the area. Daniel Fiseo setting up in the goal area. Let's see if he parks in front of the Uruguay defender.
Brazilian fans coming alive here early in the first half.
Their traveling party is small but mighty.
Indeed.
Dutra, that ball going way out of the way.
Not what they wanted.
That is not what they wanted at all. And a wasted opportunity for Brazil gives Uruguay a kick in.
Fortunate for Brazil that actually went out on the end line instead of coming up for a goal kick. Ryan calling for the ball right on the front of his guard. He gets it from Barbosa.
And that ball's going to roll out for a Brazil goal kick.
Great job from Uruguay to flip the pitch there. Let's see if Brazil can get all three players involved.
We know Uruguay has the potential to utilize their 2 centers and find the far post, far wing.
Dutra sends it out of play. Giving the ball back to Uruguay. Good. Lets it off to Diaz, cut off by Piseo.
Really tight spacing early in this game. Oh, nice play from Bill.
Piseo got turned around.
Oh,
Francisco Ville's
man is cooking right now.
Francisco Villa back to Barbosa. Barbosa across to Diaz.
Oh, great defense.
No pace on that pass. Allows Dutra to take it the other way for Brazil. That's out of play. Kick in coming up for Brazil.
Yeah, Barbosa wasn't able to get the power, as you said, and it allowed Dutra to read what they were going to do. And good defense in the game from Brazil. Bernardo sends it in.
Dutra dragging Barbosa towards the near touchline.
So strong on the ball. It's going to be a great matchup in this one.
Yes, these two, Dutra and Ville, have been going at it since they were children. Piseu.
Oh, yeah.
Dutra back to Piseu.
Nice.
Piseu with a shot and just wide.
Beautiful looking passing play from the Brazilians right there. Love to see more of that. Let's see the replay.
I would have almost liked to see Lucas take a shot from there. However, Dario Romano right on the post for Uruguay.
I think there was the right decision to send it back across the top of the box. Unfortunately for Daniel on the far side, he just couldn't get around it all the way. But encouraging play from the Brazilians early in this game.
Kicking coming up for Brazil.
Just want to reiterate something you were talking about earlier. These are when the games really start to stack up and start to matter as we head into the final day tomorrow. These teams are vying for that 4th final place in this tournament.
So the way this will work is 2 teams will play for 5th and 6th, and then we will have the semifinal.
Oh!
That ball goes all the way across.
Oh, Bernardo!
Oh my goodness, let's watch that. Dangerous play. Absolutely no one was there. And Piseo is absolutely out of position, guarding the defender. And
Marco Diaz did a really good job sealing off Piseo there.
He did. And I will say this. You and I both are not only athletes, but we also coach other players. I always tell my players to not defend the defender, and it seems to happen a lot in soccer, especially with those who maybe don't have the experience or maybe didn't have the coaching to share that aspect of it. Right? They're so concerned about what the other players are doing, that they forget about what they're supposed to do.
Right, exactly. Yeah, beautiful pass from Bernardo. Unfortunately for Brazil, nobody to get on the end of it. Just got locked up with the outside the box defender. And you're absolutely right. You know, you want to get to your spot. Something I always tell my athletes is when the ball goes out of play, you know where you're supposed to be. You got to get there as soon as possible. That way, you give your team the best chance to be ready for anything.
Lucas Dutra,
very strong. Oh. Careful there.
Nicely done by Barbosa. We're going to get
potentially
a foul on the play.
I think that's a dangerous play. This referee, although there wasn't any contact, the defender was so close that the referee is going to call a dangerous play for the full spin the full spin that they tried to take.
Indeed. So they took a really hard and complete spin in tight quarters, close to the defender, and many referees will call that a foul for dangerous play. So this is going to be an indirect free kick for Uruguay. There we go. And this has really been their first true opportunity of this match because Brazil has controlled the tempo of it for the most part so far.
Brazil really tight together here.
And that's going to be a 2-on-1 violation, or 3-in-the-box violation on Brazil.
Brazilian coaching staff and fans letting the referees hear about it.
So we're going to get an indirect free kick for Uruguay.
Protest continuing, but the referee is standing by their call, as they should.
Marco Diaz trying to pull up and screen Rosso. You see Barbosa just outside the near post.
Uruguay having both players sit in there. We'll see what Wild cooks up here.
Now, Grosso has a lot of space behind him at the post. Marco Diaz is ready to punch that in. Let's see what happens.
Oh!
There it is. It's a goal. That's a goal, ladies and gentlemen.
Very tight to 2-on-1. Uruguay might have gotten away with one there. Let's see Barbosa. As the kick happens, she pulls forward just in time to sneak out of there before the 2-on-1 gets called. That is as tight as you can get, Tony.
That was extremely close. I mean, it's only...
Oh, wait.
It's only
Okay,
3
yeah.
meters.
Yeah, never mind.
In between the goalposts, it's 6 meters across, which means from the goalpost to the center, it's only 3 meters. Marco Diaz was just outside that post. Lucia Barbosa had just come across that center line.
It was tight.
It was very tight. However, well executed by Uruguay.
And we actually saw that from the Argentine national team in the last game, but they didn't pull out of there soon enough, and they did get the 2-on-1. So good on Uruguay for getting out of this 2-on-1 just in the nick of time. And that goal is huge for the momentum of this game.
Especially considering how much Brazil controlled the flow of the game early on.
Exactly, yeah.
To come away with nothing and now find yourself trailing 1-0.
Yep.
You're really going to have to dig in and recapture that energy that you had in the beginning.
Brazil has had a good look at net with Bernardo putting a beautiful cross across the face of the goal. Oh, we're going to get a re-kick as there was no whistle.
So with this competition tomorrow during the championship day, the 5th and 6th place teams will play first. Actually, no, it'll be the semifinal matches first tomorrow. So semifinals 1 and 2 will be first tomorrow. Then the 5th and 6th place match. The teams, the 5th and 6th place teams are only playing for pride at that point. The teams who place 1 through 4 will all play for an opportunity to go to the World Cup next year in Buenos Aires. Now, the championship match, both teams will have qualified. Now, if Argentina and the United States make it to the championship match, just presuming now based on standings, the winner of the 3rd place match will be the final spot for the Americas zone to qualify for the World Cup.
Yeah, if that's indeed the way it shakes out, that 3rd place game is actually going to be the most exciting game we get in the playoff.
It will be definitely the most important. Now, if for some reason Argentina absolutely collapse here in their final match and they end up, say, 4th, just theoretically speaking, they end up in the 3rd, 4th match and they lose that game, they will still qualify for the World Cup because they're the host.
Right.
However, the winner of that 3rd, 4th place game will not make it because the 2 teams in the championship game will go.
Right.
That's probably not going to happen. However, it is still possible.
Honestly, Tony, with how long we've been around sports, can't rule anything out at this point.
It will likely be the top 2 teams, and there's a shot saved by Francisco Vil.
Bernardo with a nice turn on Vil.
And he had a slight gap.
He had an opportunity to shoot in, just couldn't turn on it in time. Bernardo providing the 2 best chances so far for the Brazilians. Sticking with it here.
Both players trying to hit the ball off of each other there to regain possession of the ball. Francisco Vil, not able to do it. Corner kick coming up.
Field initially had the better position on Bernardo, but unfortunately just gave up the corner.
Bernardo Borges going to take the corner kick. Lucas Dutra at the top of the area. Daniel Fiseo at the far post. That ball into Dutra. Dutra redirects it and
off the post and out.
Dutra tried to force it over.
It's going to be a goal kick.
It is going to be a goal kick. It looked like Francisco Vil was the last to touch it before Dutra made that attempt.
Yeah, if Dutra had let that go, it would have been another corner for Brazil.
Francisco Vil, Dutra. Again, these 2 doing battle as they have done.
You can just tell that these 2 players have played against each other a lot. They are playing really hard right now. A lot of contact through the ball. Field coming out on top this time, but that's a matchup we're going to be seeing throughout this entire game. And I'm really excited to see how it turns out.
We're going to get a 2-on-1 violation because Caruso came up to the top of the area before Dutra got back into the goal area.
Dutra wearing the goalie jersey means that he, as long as he's inside the goal box, doesn't have to worry about a 2-on-1, but because he's playing out most of the time, he does have to worry about it as he's tracking back into the box. As we've seen, Uruguay is very dangerous in these goal-scoring opportunities. Let's see what happens.
Now, Francisco Ville told Diaz to go back down toward the post. However, he doesn't have a good angle down there. He should stay up high to make the defense move further to cut off the ball. Ville across and easily defended by Dutra, and that's going to go out for a kick-in right from the corner of the pitch for Brazil. You can't get much deeper than that.
This is a tough place to work out of your own end from. On the other side of things, Uruguay, this is a time to turn defense into offense.
Heavy contact between Barbosa and Dutra. They drag each other to the opposite touchline.
So much contact there. We've seen a lot of contact through the ball so far. Referee letting it go. And as a player, I'm very okay with that. I feel connected through contact. I love getting hit and hitting, so don't mind it at all. Strange look on the set ball right there. Field gets the better of Dutra.
Francisco Ville not in a good position.
Contact
for the ball. Let's see, 2-on-1 violation again. Grosso. So this is where it's really important. If you are not the designated goalkeeper and you are positioned in the goal area, you absolutely have to sit back until your keeper breaks the edge of the goal area and makes it back in. And it's challenging because your instinct is to step up to defend, when in reality you have to sit back until it's safe for you to pull in.
Yeah, we keep seeing the defender for Brazil not wearing the keeper jersey on the near post that that Dutra is coming to. We need to see that defender on the opposite post and then fly in once he's in the box. Big shot from Barbosa, saved out by the Brazilian defense.
Viseu with the ball. He's going to carry the ball into Barbosa.
Barbosa working.
Barbosa getting around Viseu.
So much contact there.
Dutra going to carry the ball now and collect it. Barbosa holding the ball in the goal area, and they just slam into each other again.
This referee knows that these teams...
Dutra getting that ball on his back wheel. He's going to end up pushing it out of play.
Wow. Oh, I thought he had it.
Now there is confusion. There is confusion between the referees and the Brazilian coaching staff up in arms.
Pretty fired up here. They're going to get a warning. So just bring it down just a little bit.
So it is going to be, let's see, the referee just signaled Uruguay ball. Now he's signaling Brazil ball. Let's wait and see what the final verdict is.
Well, the Brazilian coaching staff has calmed down a little bit. The Brazilian fans are starting to pick up again, as they should, showing love for their team.
Although it doesn't matter, from here it looked like this was going to be Uruguay ball since Dutra was the one backing the ball out over the touchline. However, it is Brazil ball.
Barbosa playing very aggressive.
And now we'll get a better look at it from this touchline near our camera, and that is out of play. It's going to be Brazil ball.
Oh, we are pointing the wrong way again. Here we go. We got it down. Brazilian coaching staff beside themselves.
The fourth official, Doug Wolf, over there talking to the Brazilian coaching staff. Barbosa sends that one out of play. Another kick in coming up for Brazil. Barbosa lets that one roll out. She thought about going for it again.
Really smart play from Barbosa there to let that go out. Waning moments of the first half here. Nice touch from Francisco there.
Dutra working against Francisco Wild again, out of play. Uruguay ball. Added time here in the first half. Uruguay up 1-0.
Oh, we're going to get a card here.
Bernardo Borges for his being cautioned.
It's getting spicy out there, Tony.
It is indeed.
I love to see it. Passion from both teams is very evident in this one.
Francisco Wild with a shot that's going to roll wide. And that is the halftime whistle. Hopefully the tensions will calm down just a little bit as we go into halftime. Uruguay up 1-0. We're going to take a break. You're watching Brazil, Uruguay, live from the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center. Is the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. Brazil, Uruguay, second half about to begin. Uruguay lead 1-0. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. We're live at the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center in now very sunny Phoenix, Arizona. Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson. Peyton Sefik. Brazil have a little bit of a mountain to climb here.
Yeah, we saw a really perfectly executed set piece from Uruguay in that first half, and that's the difference in this one. Brazil did have a few chances on offense. They weren't able to find the final touch to get it in the net, but they did have opportunities, so they're going to they still feel like they are in this match. This is a matchup we saw throughout the first half. Two very skilled players on the ball right now.
Now they need to be careful not to slam into each other and give them a foul either way.
I believe we only had one yellow card in the first half, but there was plenty of contact to go around. The yellow card did happen on Bernardo for Brazil, and it was actually for dissent. It wasn't even for contact, but we have seen a bunch of strong contact on both sides of the ball. First test for the Uruguayan defense early in the second half here.
Dutra winding up, seeing if he can get around the wall. Dutra goes right behind Francisco Vil, gets a corner kick.
I really like that play from Dutra. As you said, the wall looked pretty dense, and he just decided to shoot it at that near post, got a corner.
So Dario Romano has to sit behind the goal line, and Francisco Vil needs to sit 5 meters away from the ball. So in order for the goalkeeper to stay inside 5 meters, he needs to sit behind the goal line, and only the goalkeeper can do that. Dutra setting up, shooting across right into Francisco Vil, not where he wanted it.
No, he had Bernardo in the middle. I think that's where he wanted to go, and I think he just mishit it.
Vil looking to go around Dutra. Heavy contact. Got to be careful here in the box. Absolutely. He could have given up a penalty kick, and that would have given Brazil an opportunity to equalize right there.
Brazil having a hard time finding shape here.
Yeah, Viseu taking a long time to get to the other side of the pitch. That is going to be a goal kick. Getting dragged off the pitch. Kick in for Uruguay.
Barbosa and Vil.
Francisco Vil. That ball is always heading wide, and that's going to go out for a Brazil goal kick.
Although Uruguay did score the first half goal, I'd like to see Vil and Barbosa combined a little bit more in the second half. It seems like their passing just got a little bit stifled. Strong contact there. It's going to go against Uruguay. There's a spot to go. Seems like relatively easily marked.
That ball out of play by Barbosa. And they really are. They're kind of, as I was saying earlier, it's almost like they're defending the defenders.
Right.
Instead of finding the open space.
Just playing the normal game where they can find the space on the floor. Nice pass here.
Viseu actually could have gone back across to Dutra, as Francisco Vil was very aware of where that ball was heading next.
Yep.
However, it is a kick in again for Brazil. It looks like maybe they're going to go down the touchline here.
It's the only option they have right now.
Viseu, the shot across. Romano. Dutra winding up for a shot. And lets it go out wisely. Kick in again coming up for Brazil. It's going to be challenging to go through that wall for Viseu.
Might be looking to just hit it off the defense and get a corner.
We're going to go back up to Dutra, and Barboza does very well to cut it off.
A great aggressive defender jumping in that lane, making sure to disrupt Brazil before they get any passing going. Brazil's had a lot of offense in the past minute or so, but they haven't really had any open looks.
Iseo sends it across to Francisco Wild, who goes behind Bernardo Borges. Borges now trying to turn Wild around. That's going to be very challenging. That ball still dancing on the touchline. Good recovery by Francisco Wild. That ball had gone past him. That ball is out of play off of Bernardo Borges. Kick in coming up for Uruguay.
Bernardo initially had a nice strip on the ball, but like you said, Fran just recovered so well there.
More heavy contact, and we are going to get a foul. Now the referee reaching into his pocket.
I don't think that requires a card, but potentially just because we've seen so much contact throughout this game, he's trying to not let it get out of hand.
I think this is because of multiple warnings on Francisco Wild as well. He has been warned several times in this match, and he has now been cautioned. So Bernardo Borges on a yellow for Brazil, Francisco Wild on a yellow for Uruguay, and I have to say, the bigger yellow is certainly for Francisco Wild.
I was just about to say that, Tony. I think the entire play from Uruguay comes through Wild in the center, and him having to play a little more cautiously on a yellow. He's got to be careful now. Let's see if he changes up his style of play, or if he continues to go as hard as possible.
And if you're Brazil, you really now want to kind of encourage Francisco Wild to make contact.
Absolutely.
And bait him into it.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a player who's known to get physical, but he's also a player to talk a little smack out there too. So, you know, this is the opportunity for Brazil to kind of get in his head a little bit, because he can't really retaliate without being worried about getting a second yellow and getting sent off.
And he can't defend or attack as aggressively. So
Indeed.
really, you want to go after him now.
Yeah, definitely. That's exactly right. And honestly, because we're not going to have another halftime, we're not going to have any timeouts or anything like that. It's on the individuals for Brazil to recognize that.
Now that's going to be a foul on Francisco Wild.
Whoa, he is very fortunate there. He's got to be careful to not get any more contact on him. And if I'm a player on the Brazilian team, I'm targeting him, just like you said. You know, we want the play to go through Wild because he has to be careful. That'd be such a huge loss to this Uruguay team.
If he gets ejected from this match, he will not be qualified to play in the next match. That would be even more detrimental for Brazil. Iseo across and right into Wild again. And again, there's something to be said about the importance of passing back sometimes to the teammate who gave you the ball, because it opens up the defense again. It gives you more passing lane opportunities. Iseo back to Lucas. Back to Iseo again. Lucas Dutra across in a 2-on-1 violation on Brazil.
Just when Brazil was about to open up. They got a little bit too close there. This game has kind of cooled off. It was definitely a really intense first half. Passion from everybody, from fans in the stands to coaches on the sideline, and obviously the players out on the court. Things have kind of calmed down a little bit. Wouldn't be surprised to see some more fireworks before the end of this game.
Goal kick coming up for Uruguay. And again, if you're Brazil, if you're Lucas Dutra, then you know you're going to go up against Francisco Wild again. You start playing a little bit more aggressive and baiting Francisco to play a little bit more aggressively than he wants to right now, especially being on that yellow card. And taking advantage of the fact that he can't defend as aggressively as he wants to. Let's see what Lucas does here.
It is really time to apply the pressure. Looks like Uruguay is going to go into their bench.
Francisco Wild, you can see he's being very cautious right now.
Yep. And Dutra needs to press that advantage.
Nicely done by Dutra. Well done by Dutra.
More contact from Build there.
I think some of the Brazilian coaches were arguing that the ball might have rolled over the touchline as well. It was very close.
Barbosa doing a great job sealing out. I mean, look at the defense on the outside of the box, just purely on the players. Viseu can't find position to get into the box.
Francisco Villa almost held that one in. We're going to get a substitution for Uruguay. Coming into the match, number 20, Juan Platero. And coming off will be number 8, Marco Diaz.
We'll see how that changes things up. Marco Diaz, actually the one that's been affecting the movement of Brazil off the ball so much. Let's see if Juan Platero continues that style of play. Getting right on Daniel Viseu down here. He's got to be careful about being in the box, though.
Lucas Dutra with the kick into Romano. Good touch. And Bernardo Borges passing it off of Lucia Barbosa. Juan Platero has it now. Back to Barbosa. Back to Platero. Platero back across, and Francisco Villa is going to have to pick it up. This is a 2-on-1 violation. It is going to be a free kick for Uruguay.
Good looking play there from, initially a good looking build out play from Uruguay there. Juan Platero, as we know, has come into each game off the bench and immediately affected the play. It's encouraging to see from him. Uruguay has been absorbing a lot of pressure in this second half. Let's see if they can release some of it right now. Barbosa
with a shot across. Platero with a shot saved by Dutra. That's going to go off of Platero. Kicking coming up for Brazil.
Let's see a replay on that one. Good looking passing play from Uruguay. Barbosa getting the ball all the way across to her teammate, Juan Platero. Just can't find the far post.
He couldn't get up quickly enough to get the ball towards the back of his chair. He wanted to get it on that post back there. He hit it off the middle of his guard, which shot the ball right into Dutra and allowed him to save it. Brazil with the ball. Barbosa getting dragged away from the Brazil goal area. And that is out of play. And the referees are going to say a set ball.
Rough ball. But that was going to go Brazilian way. We get a set instead. Good contact through the ball on that set.
Dutra and Build.
Dutra seems to be getting the better of Build in this game so far, and it might be because Build is playing on that yellow card. He needs to be a little more cautious.
Dutra, nicely done by Francisco Villa to keep that ball in play. Now Dutra, nicely done to rip that ball away.
Oh, beautiful.
Great pass. Viseu, back across.
Oh,
Dutra
my
with a shot.
goodness.
Saved by Romano.
Beautiful looking play from the Brazilians there.
Wonderful turn pass by Lucas Dutra.
Oh, man.
Great angle for that pass. Watch this again as he lets that ball run away. Now, if you're Viseu, turn around the other way and take a shot.
Yeah.
Because the way he was facing forward didn't really allow him to do anything but pass it back across the middle.
It's incredible that Dutra was able to get a shot from that pass from Viseu.
Viseu is going to back out, but Bernardo Borges too far down.
We're going to get
maybe a 3 in the box violation. It is going to be a 3 in the box violation. Juan Platero went into the area, and Platero's
pleading his case.
He thought he was well out of the area.
Big opportunity again for Uruguay here. Just as Brazil had seemed to let off a little bit of pressure. Excuse me, Brazilian opportunity.
So Dutra and Borges discussing strategy here. And it looks like Borges, they're going to set up for a 180 spin kick.
Bernardo's going to tap it to him.
Ball is
He
in.
was within 5 meters for sure, Bill. And Bill's got to be careful. He can't do that again.
That's his final warning. And the referees talking to him. The Brazilian coaching staff screaming for the second yellow card.
If it happens again, he will definitely be out of this game.
I don't know what yellow is in Brazilian Portuguese. I'm pretty sure I heard it yelled a couple times just now.
Looks like Brazil's going to switch up their style.
Now, if I'm Bernardo Borges, instead of bumping the ball with my chair, I'm hitting it with the side of my chair to generate more pace.
Was Bill within 5 meters?
The referees say no this time.
He looked really close to me. That was dangerous from Fran.
Now, this match is a slow burning end here. Borges across the area, and really no pace on that. That ball back up to Lucas. Lucas winding up for a pass across. Viseo with a shot saved by Romano.
Great job from the Uruguayan goalkeeper there.
That ball is still in play. Francisco Villa kept it in. Viseo can wind up for a pass, but he has to be careful not to hit Francisco Villa.
You can just tell that his play style has completely changed since his yellow card. Very tentative out there. He did win his team a kick. But in the first half, or even before that yellow happened in the early part of this second half, he would have pushed that ball right up against Viseu, instead of electing to just tap it off of him.
It is the 37th minute, and Brazil trail by 1.
I'm sure it's like a wrong angle there. That field goal all the way down the pitch.
Dutra, Bild, waiting for someone to make a small mistake. Dutra just going to try to back Francisco Bild the other way. It doesn't work. And now they do battle again on the other side of the pitch. Dutra working that ball along the touchline, still in play. Barbosa now taking on Dutra. Bernardo Borges can't get out of the way in time. That's a crucial mistake by Bernardo Borges. He could have just gone the other direction to move out of the way sooner. He just got caught between two thoughts. Indirect free kick coming up for Uruguay.
Yeah, that was a momentum killer for Brazil. Waning moments of this second half. Let's see how Uruguay decides to spend it. If they're going to kill the clock, or if they're going to continue to try to get opportunities on net.
Viseu driving into the area. That's going to be a 2-on-1 violation on Uruguay, giving Brazil the ball back. We're entering the 39th minute, and time is really slipping away from Brazil. It is within reach. They absolutely need to do something here.
Unfortunately, it seems like play has gotten a little sloppy from both teams at the end of this game. I'm sure tensions have been running high and everyone's feeling a little tired, but this is the time to dig deep.
There's another 2-on-1 violation on Uruguay.
You know, that's good for Brazil, but they really need to get some forward momentum. They just keep getting set pieces right around the midcourt. They really need to put something together and string a couple of passes together to stretch out the Uruguayan defense. Right now, they don't have any options.
Viseu back to Dutra. He's going to carry it into the Uruguay goal area. Dutra, the pass across to Viseu. Viseu, well read by Francisco Villa.
Such a good read.
And now Francisco Villa back the other way for Uruguay. Dutra backtracking into the goal area, letting Villa hold on to the ball, and he will just hold it right there.
As much as he wants.
He is now playing 40 minutes.
He's just going to take all the time he needs. He doesn't have to do anything. Honestly, he's moving the ball too much for my liking. Put it right in the corner triangle and just stop.
Smart play by Francisco Villa gets them a kick in. Out of time here, and Brazil running out of moments.
The veteran from Uruguay here showing his wisdom in power soccer, honestly. It was a really smart play to get the ball all the way down there and to just hold as much as possible. I was was going to say, wouldn't be surprised to see him just tap the ball.
Francisco Wild again using Grosso to knock the ball out of play.
Uruguay is just going to continue to do this until Brazil changes it up somehow.
The referee's got his whistle in his mouth, asking Francisco Wild to hurry up. Now, if you're Grosso, just punch it out, and we're going to get a foul called on the play.
3 in the box.
A 3 in the box violation on Brazil. A completely unnecessary foul at that moment by Brazil. And if you're Uruguay, like you were saying earlier, maybe you don't even try to score here. You just put the ball back in play and run out the clock.
I'm not sure if I might have missed the signal for how much time is left in stoppage. This is taking a long time to get set up, though.
This is probably, I have to imagine, the last play, if not one of the last plays of the match. Francisco Wild, Juan Platero, over the end line, goal kick coming up for Brazil.
Brazil needs to have a miracle happen here to tie this game up.
Referee looking at his watch.
Not much time left on this. Just put it in, Brazil.
And that ball into Bernardo. Okay. Francisco Wild is right there, though, and it's going to be hard to get around him.
Great positioning from Wild.
Ball out of play, kicking coming up for Uruguay. And that's really not what you want to do. If you're Bernardo Borges, you have to get the ball away from Francisco Wild.
Yeah.
That ball dancing along the touchline. And a 2-on-1 violation on Uruguay gives Brazil an indirect free kick.
It's the last chance, it seems like.
There was a lot of added time in the second half. Dutra getting around Barbosa, not around Francisco Wild. Referee takes another look at his watch. Out of the way in time. Can Brazil get one more chance here in the corner? Referee's got his whistle in his mouth, looking at his watch. And there's the final whistle. And Uruguay did a really good job of dragging that one out until the very end, killing the clock. They come away with a 1-0 victory. We're going to take a break at 1:30 local time. We have Canada, Mexico coming up in about 38 minutes. You are watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Hankel. We'll be back in a little bit.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. This is game number 4 on day 3 of the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. For Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson. Peyton Sefik, my broadcast partner. Peyton, a late scratch for Canada as Caroline Seguin sustained an injury during warm-ups.
Scary moment out on the pitch. While the teams were warming up, Caroline took a spill in her chair, and unfortunately, we're gonna be in an overabundance of precaution. We're gonna make sure that she's okay before going out there. You can actually see her with an ice pack on her head right now. So best wishes to Caroline. She's definitely a tough player, and I'm sure she'll be back out there as soon as she can be. But for right now, we're gonna give her a break. So a scary moment, but we're really hoping that she's okay.
So your starting lineup for Canada is number 18, Andre Bougie. Also on the pitch, number 17, Jaden Chaban. Number 47, Mathieu Desroches, also out there. And in goal, number 2, Emily Santini-Leroche.
Actually, Andre is not out there currently.
He is not out there, actually. According to my score sheet, he was supposed to be out there. So Regan Funk is actually out there in Andre's place. Evan Palmer also out there. For Mexico, on the pitch, Angel Aguiar, number 8, also out there. Cicho Camiro, who scored an amazing goal for Mexico in their last game against Argentina, also out on the pitch. Ruben Sanchez, and rounding out the Mexico lineup, Adrian Sanchez, who was incredible in goal in that last game. Early pressure from Canada here. Adrian Sanchez, excuse me. Takes it out of the area. Ruben Sanchez now with the ball. Evan Palmer taking him on.
Pretty significant game in this tournament, Mexico versus Canada. Probably the two least experienced on this world stage in terms of all the other teams in the tournament. But definitely no lack of passion out there. Mexico coming off a tie against Argentina, and probably the goal or the entire game of the tournament so far, in my opinion. So we'll see if they can continue to carry that momentum throughout this game versus Canada.
It was such a powerful result for Mexico. It was such a new country in terms of power chair football. They've only been at it for a few years, less than 10, and to tie in America's power like Argentina, they are the best team in South America. And to be able to tie them as a shot goes wide for Canada
in an official tournament, no less. I mean, that's just that's a very significant moment in the history of Mexican power soccer. I'm really looking forward to seeing how they carry that momentum into this game.
It was incredible. After the match, they're out there on the pitch, they're hugging each other. There were tears from the coaches and the fans and the players. It just meant so much to them to be out there. And Kate, like you said, it's going to be important now to see how they carry that momentum into this match, because it's very easy, as you know, after a big result, to have a letdown the following match.
Well, yeah, your emotions are so pumped up after a really high intensity game that it can almost wear you down too early. So that's where Mexico has to dig deep into this game. Emotions have been running high all week for them. I'd love to see Sanchez back with the keeper goalie on, or keeper jersey on. Played it phenomenally in that game against Argentina. I'd like to see him continue that play in this game. Good passing here early from Canada, though.
Good job by Canada, starting to, at least attempting to open things up a bit.
They've really struggled throughout this tournament, combining with each other as they continue to find a lineup that works best for them.
Adrian Sanchez taking on Jaden Chaban. Ruben Sanchez stepping up.
Nice play from him.
Advantage called from a potential 2-on-1 violation. Jaden Chaban looking to get a corner kick. She'll kick it instead.
Good play from Sanchez there to make sure that didn't go out for a corner.
Shaban looking for Evan Palmer. Also Regan Funk at the far post. That ball right into the Mexico defense. And now the corner kick that Canada was looking for earlier.
Smart play from Jaden there. She knew that wasn't going to get through the defense, but hoping that it would deflect off of Sanchez and go out for a corner, and that's exactly what happened. Canada, a pretty traditional corner kick setup here. Going to go to the middle and try to send it to the far side.
Evan Palmer with a shot saved out the back of Ruben Sanchez's chair.
Have a disorganized defense, unlike Mexico we've seen so far. They get it together in the end.
And now they got that ball cornered. Can Shaban free it and maybe get a pass out to one of her teammates? She cannot. Ruben Sanchez, nice strong defense. Evan Palmer, though, 2-on-1 violation on Canada.
Good call from the head referee there to flag the 2-on-1.
And if you're Shaban, as an outfield player, you really want to stay further down towards the goal line.
Yeah.
If you have somebody in the center with the ball already, there's no need to come back up and support.
Yeah, your teammate in the middle might stop the ball and continue your offensive pressure. Instead, it's just a turnover, and Mexico gets to relieve the pressure that you built up early. Early mistake here from Mexico again. That's going to give Canada a nice kick in here in their offensive zone. Let's see what they draw up.
Shaban looking for an opportunity to get that ball into space.
Funk is free on this far side if the ball can get to her.
That ball goes to Funk. Palmer can't get to it. He touched that ball. Santani's going to have to make a save on it. She cannot. Kicking coming up for Mexico.
Mistakes from one side to the other. Originally it was Mexico, now Canada lose possession.
Ruben Sanchez with the ball.
Adrian has great position on the keeper for Canada. Let's see if Ruben sends it into the middle.
And he's blocking out Santani, which is good because that adds a little path. Regan Funk deflects that away. Angel Aguiar.
Dangerous play
against Evan Palmer now. My goodness.
Big contact there.
Foul by Palmer.
Spun into the Mexican player there. Ruben has taken a lot of kicks here from Mexico.
Sanchez all the way through. Shaban misses it, and that's going to give Mexico a kick in from just outside the top of the goal area. This is a perfect position for Mexico. You see Adrian Sanchez attempting to screen off Santani Leroche as he creates a little path for Chicho to take a ball if it gets through. That ball off of Regan Funk.
Unfortunately for Ruben, he rushed that kick a little bit. Didn't get himself quite set up. Something that is encouraging to see from Mexico, they are getting it into their space, set up very quickly, and being ready to play the ball. Unfortunately, Ruben just hit that, but it is encouraging to see them get set up in a good spot.
Adrian Sanchez over to Ruben. Ruben across. Evan Palmer is the closest person to that ball. It's going to go out for a Canada kick in.
You can see what Mexico was trying to do, though. There's a lot of room above the top of the box. Evan Palmer goes quick here.
Palmer down the touchline, out for a Mexico goal kick.
It will be a turnover, but I don't mind that play from Evan Palmer at all. He completely flips the floor for his team, and now it's a lot easier to play defense on this side of the pitch as opposed to the other side.
Mexico goal kick coming up.
A little too close there, but
a lot of close quarters in the middle of the pitch.
It's almost a 2-on-2.
Kicking coming up for Canada just outside their corner triangle. Funk has one person to pass it to at the moment. Evan Palmer pulls into position. Funk goes to Chicho Camiro across to Palmer, who takes it the other way for Canada. And there's Adrian Sanchez taking on Palmer along the touchline, and Palmer is the last to touch it. Kick in coming up for Mexico.
Bit of an odd play that kind of worked out in Canada's favor there. Communication between Adrian and Ruben. Nice quick little play there. Haven't seen that from them too much.
Sanchez taking on Jaden Shaban just to the right of the center line. Sanchez across, and that's going to go to Ruben Sanchez. Regan Funk had an opportunity to make a play on the ball, A little bit of hesitation, gives the ball back to Mexico. Now, Regan Funk kept that ball in momentarily. It's going to be a kick in for Mexico.
Regan Funk gathered that in the end to make sure it didn't go out for a corner.
Now, if you're Ruben Sanchez and you know Emily Santini is looking to go across, and there's a cross back. Angel Sanchez with a shot. He misses. Ruben Sanchez is there.
Great
Angel
pass.
Sanchez blocked off by Regan Funk. Couldn't get the turn. Evan Palmer on the counterattack for Canada. And a 2-on-1 violation will give an indirect free kick to Mexico just outside the goal area. The Canadian defense a little too tight.
Something to watch out for. Mexico has put the ball across the top of the box more than once in the past 5 minutes. For Canada, that's going to be a dangerous opportunity for Mexico. So definitely pay attention to that as we continue throughout this game.
Now, Chicho is at their near post. Adrian Sanchez blocking out Jake Chaban. Ruben Sanchez going to go into Adrian. That ball across Chicho. Going to take a shot. Chaban easily clears it. Evan Palmer on the counterattack. Angel Aguiar.
Oh!
And a foul by Evan Palmer. I wouldn't be surprised if that's a yellow card on Palmer.
Yeah, good call, Tony. That was a pretty dangerous spin, and that's exactly why the head referee goes into his pocket for the card. Evan Palmer went full 180, and if you have a player near you, you need to take it easy on that. That's exactly why he got the card there. Good call from the referee.
Ruben Sanchez, 2-on-1 violation on Canada in play. No call. Ruben Sanchez, Chaban. Rock keeps it in play.
Nice.
Canada pushing towards Mexico's goal area. And nothing doing. Goal kick coming up.
Adrian, so smart to let that go out. It's hard to let that go. As you know, Tony, as a player who plays in the box, sometimes you just want to make sure it goes out, but very astute play from the young Mexican defender.
Aguiar into Chaban. Not what he wanted. And he's got to be careful about the deflection. Regan Funk back across. And Chaban just hesitates and misses the ball. Evan Palmer has no one to pass to at the moment.
Gosh,
2-on-1 violation coming up against Mexico. Unless play continues, and it does. Palmer with the ball along the end line. And we're going to bring it back for an indirect free kick for Canada. Adrian Sanchez had passed by Ruben. And that was a 2-on-1, so Canada with an indirect free kick.
Both these teams really need to figure out their spacing. I think there was multiple 2-on-1s on both sides there, Tony.
There was indeed. So let's see. Jane Chaban looks like she's going to go all the way across. Evan Palmer on the outside of Ruben Sanchez, and now he moves to the inside. He would be better served in front of the goalkeeper, though, to create that channel across.
Too much space for Adrian Sanchez to make a play on defense, as you were saying. Oh,
now
great
Ruben
play.
Sanchez on a break towards the Canadian goal area. Jane Chaban catches up, and Ruben Sanchez trying to turn Chaban into the goal. She turns him away. That ball right along the end line. Ruben looking for something. If he can get a pass out to the top of the area, he cannot. James Chaban turns him around.
Good defense in the end from Jaden. Unfortunately, Ruben had a break, but he really needs to work to get his chair a little bit more around the ball to send the ball back into the middle zone.
Chaban. On the receiving end of that ball, however, it goes out of play.
It's going to be a 2-on-1. Easy call in the end for the referee.
Adrian Sanchez looking for an open teammate. Regan Funk cuts that ball off. Ruben Sanchez looking for a 5-meter violation. Regan Funk was definitely outside 5 meters. Mexico's outfield players were just too far away from the ball.
Yeah, I think that was a really good read from Regan. Good jump in front of Ruben. What options does Mexico have here? Regan Funk sealing off
that far side.
Ruben Sanchez, Evan Palmer, that ball rolls over Palmer's guard. Play continues. Palmer got that ball away from Ruben, and now Adrian stepping in to keep the ball in the Canada half. Evan Palmer, nice turn to get the ball across the center line.
Abundance and patience here.
Pass across, cut off by Chabon. Regan Funk is there. Adrian Sanchez back into the area. Evan Palmer with a shot, saved by Adrian Sanchez. Palmer looking to pass. He doesn't have any room though. Sanchez cut him off. Ruben now with the ball against Palmer. A little bit of contact, a shot. You like the idea, but the positioning was completely off.
Yeah, we can definitely see what Evan Palmer was going for, but definitely didn't have a chance to get that one on frame. On the other side of things, Mexico doing a really good job spelling each other at the top of the box on defense. Ruben and Adrian doing a great job switching on and off with each other and utilizing Adrian wearing the goalie jersey.
We had a substitution for Mexico. Angel Aguiar is out of the match, and on in his place is number 17, Jordan Martinez. Actually, Angel Aguiar is still out there. Chicho Camiro is actually the one that was substituted out. Jordan Martinez in the match for him. Evan Palmer with the ball. Ruben Sanchez gives Canada a corner kick. Funk at the top of the goal area. Chabon waiting at the far post. Adrian and Ruben Sanchez in the goal area. And Adrian needs to be just off the line. Evan Palmer looking for Chabon. He's sitting, waiting for that ball.
Got a good position there. Let's see if Palmer can get it across.
In my very humble, non-expert opinion, she could be a lot higher. That ball from Regan Funk into Adrian Sanchez. Battle for the ball, and Sanchez gets it away from Funk momentarily. Regan Funk sends it over the end line, goal kick, Mexico. 18th minute, no score. There have been a couple tense moments for both sides, but no one has been able to get it over the goal line yet.
Still remains to be seen if Mexico is feeling a little hungover after their incredible 1-1 draw against Argentina. You can definitely hear their fans though. They are still pumped up.
Indeed. Adrian Sanchez, Evan Palmer battling along the far touchline. Evan Palmer, nice recovery there by Sanchez. Good move by Sanchez to get the ball away from Palmer. He had to slow down a little too much. Play continues, however, in a 2-on-1 violation. We've got Jaden Chabon in the center position. Evan Palmer also back in the area. That was definitely a 2-on-1. And now we're going to get the call. The referee was waiting to see if anything was going to happen. And you have to wonder, Peyton, we've been talking about the lack of communication from Canada.
Yeah.
You have to wonder if the size of the venue, coupled with the noise in the venue, and there's a shot by Martinez, that ball bounces around Chabon, sends it out of the area. Adrian Sanchez keeps it in the Canada half. You have to wonder if the size of the venue and the noise of the crowd, especially with some of the players like Jaden Chabon, Evan Palmer, who might not have
a strong respiratory system to be able to project and yell.
Yeah.
Maybe they are communicating, and it's difficult for them to hear each other.
Yeah, and I think that's coupled with the atmosphere that the Mexican fans are providing us.
Palmer winds up for a shot, and that's going to go wide and out.
Yeah, the atmosphere in here is very deafening. You know, I think it's definitely affecting Canada, and who is already struggling to communicate with each other. It just makes it that much harder to feel each other out and hear what your teammates are saying.
Sanchez, carefully done.
Oh,
and a
more contact.
collision. And a foul on James Chabon. Regan Funk going to get that ball. And the halftime whistle has blown. A lot of back and forth, a couple of small threats here and there, Peyton, but nothing happening so far.
Yeah, you know, I think both teams played relatively well, but the second half is going to prove. Well, we're going to need to see a little more execution in the second half for a true result to happen.
So with that, we're going to take a break real quick. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. You are watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel.
says,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Second half coming up right now. Canada, Mexico. You are watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel for Power Soccer Shop. I'm Tony Jackson, and Peyton Sefik, Canada making huge changes to their lineup. It is now an all French-Canadian lineup on the pitch for Canada, including, very good to see, Caroline Seguin back into the match after we thought she wasn't going to be in at all.
Yeah, we saw Caroline take a spill in the warm-ups, and you actually hear the love from the Mexican fans cheering her on. Seeing her out there is really encouraging. Love to see that. Glad she's okay, and she's looking to affect the game for her team.
Andre Bougie to Mathieu Desroches. Desroches looking to pass back potentially to Bougie, but he gets the ball late. That's a goal. He's going to call it a goal.
Oh my goodness!
My goodness, let's watch that again.
Unbelievable start to the half.
Ruben Sanchez got their neck late. Now, look, if you see the replay here, Angel Aguiar backed away because he had to.
Yeah.
Ruben Sanchez came into the goal. Aguiar did the only thing he could do. Now, part of me says this. Force the 2-on-1 and make Canada score.
I 100% agree with you. You know, it's not even hindsight 2020. Like, if they stop the ball, Canada is not on the sheet yet.
That ball's going to roll out for a goal kick. And so the changes pay off immediately for Canada. Mathieu Desroches.
Very patient there. You had called, as he was advancing the ball down the floor, that he was looking to pass back into the middle. And instead he held the ball and waited as long as he could to flick it to the near post.
And really, that was really a breakdown in communication from Mexico.
Big time.
Because Ruben Sanchez, and there's a pass all the way across the pitch. Ruben Sanchez back across. Jordan Martinez too far away to collect that one. So on that play, Adrian Sanchez and a spin into Andre Bougie. Lots of contact indeed. That ball is going to be given to Canada for a foul. Now going back to that goal, Ruben Sanchez, there was no way he was going to catch up to Mathieu Desroches. And so he needed to back away, let Angel Aguiar defend the post, and then come in to support.
Yeah, a fortunate breakdown early in the second half for Mexico. They're going to have a hill to climb now. This game was so tight before that. Really puts Mexico off to a disadvantage here.
Bougie, Desroches, late on the kick. Kick coming up for Mexico.
Canada finding plenty of space over there on an otherwise innocuous kicking. Surprising to see Mexico give up so much space on that far side.
The thing that Andre Bougie injects into the Canada squad is the power from his kicks.
Definitely.
With the previous lineup in there, Jane Chabon and Evan Palmer do not have the power that Bougie does. And so that allows them to spread out Mexico a little bit more. And we got a 3 in the box violation. Ruben Sanchez's guard crossed into the area. And an indirect free kick for Canada. And Peyton, I have to say, compared to how they played last game, Mexico really sloppy right now.
You know, I think it might be that hangover factor we had talked about early in the first half with Mexico having so much emotion in that 1-1 tie against Argentina. It's starting to spill over into this game. On the other side of things, Canada can start running away with this if they can capitalize here, Tony.
So the free kick coming up. Desroches, Seguin at each post. If I'm Caroline Seguin, I would maybe go out a little bit wider. Now that ball up in the air. Will the referee allow it? He will not. Now that ball did not go over 20 inches.
No, it did not. It is referee discretion, though.
It is indeed. Let's watch it again. The top of the foot guard is only 11 inches off the ground. So that ball bounced around, went up. Clearly the bottom of the ball stayed under the blue goalpost.
It did hit the Mexican keeper on the leg, and I'm wondering if that's why the referee blew the whistle.
Set ball. Bougie, Sanchez. Andre Bougie rushing that pass. Goal kick.
he had plenty of time there, and exactly as you said, he rushed it. Like to see him let that get his chair in a little bit better position and send that to the top. A lot of movement here from Mexico.
Bougie, and the shot that's going to go just wide.
That movement from Mexico didn't really pan out. That was dangerous.
It was indeed. I think Aguiar had the post covered. It was close though. Goal kick coming up again for Mexico. That one straight to Ruben Sanchez. Sanchez all the way across to Martinez. Martinez into Emily Saint-Denis. Le Roche. And this is a little bit better from Mexico. Can they maintain the attack though? That ball along the touchline still in play, and now it's out.
Yeah, Mexico really needs to build from here. Since Canada has scored the goal, it's pretty much been all Canada. It's now time for Mexico to reestablish themselves on the offensive side of things. Looks like we're going to get a couple of subs at the next dead ball as well.
Ruben Sanchez, that goes behind Mathieu de Roche. Saint-Denis Le Roche takes the ball out of the area. Mathieu de Roche, second with the ball, misses it. And now Ruben Sanchez, his hand slips. And we're going to actually get a contact foul. Caroline? Yep. Substitutions for Mexico. Let's see who comes off. Yeah, it looks like Angel Aguiar coming off. Jordan Martinez coming off. Coming into the match, it looks like Chucky is coming in, and also Eric Ramirez.
It is deafening in here, Tony.
The Mexican fans are pounding the drums, cheering, clapping.
Willing their team to victory.
Chucky with the ball over to Adrian Sanchez. Back to Chucky, who still has the ball. The pass across goes off of Bougie. Sanchez chasing. Working to keep the ball in the Canada half.
Much better spacing in this half, Tony.
So far, much better spacing indeed. Not as many 2-on-1 violations. That ball's still along the touchline.
Wow.
And Adrian Sanchez catches up to it.
Oh my goodness.
Sanchez trying to push through. Could not. That pass across. Chucky's going to pick it up for Mexico, and a shot off of Saint-Denis. Nice shot by Chucky.
Chucky Romero came to play in the second half. He's looking dangerous. I love it.
And nicely done to just stop and wait for a moment. If he had taken just another second, he could have gotten the ball in front of her.
Yeah. Look at this setup, Tony. This is dangerous.
Oh, no. Sanchez with the ball. He's going to look to pass it out. Ruben's not there. Now at the area, Ruben. That ball back down to Sanchez. Across into the Canadian defense. And Andre Bougie keeps it in play. Woo! Ruben Sanchez for a 180 spin kick. Ruben back down into the area. Shot on goal. Blocked. Now, Ruben Sanchez could have just gone for a regular spin kick, and I think he would have had a better position to hit the ball. He tried to go for something a little flashier, a little more powerful. Just need to get the ball to the area.
Mexico starting to enjoy a good possession here.
That ball, again, same play, same result.
Unfortunate for Ruben. He needs to figure that kick out. He's got Chuchi on the far side, wide open.
Andre Bougie clears the area. He's got De Roche. Now, that was not enough pace to get that ball over to De Roche. Goes to a 2-on-1 violation on Mexico. Mathieu de Roche with the ball.
Good positioning for Mathieu.
2-on-1 violation on Mexico. Bougie. De Roche, big kick with a shot saved. Adrian Sanchez. Bougie blocked by Ruben Sanchez. Nicely done by Ruben. Good job. Kick in coming up for Mexico. 29th minute going into the 30th minute. Canada leading 1-0. Mexico making a little bit more headway here. Now that could have been a 2-on-1 on Canada.
Your positioning there. You can feel this game picking up in energy, though. Loving the spell that Mexico just enjoyed.
on offense. Obviously, they didn't get any result from it, but it was good looks all the way around. So let's see how Canada responds.
Now another 2-on-1 on Canada. Play continues though. Referee calls the advantage. We may bring this one back.
Yeah,
we are going to bring it back.
See if Mexico can pick up where they left off.
And this is a good position for Mexico.
Yeah.
Can they do anything with it though?
The wings are set up so low.
More importantly, they're set up really wide.
Adrian comes into the middle now.
And that shot right into the defense. Ruben Sanchez misses that ball. Santini Laroche heading towards Mexico's half.
Good play from the Canadian keeper to just drive that ball out.
She's the last to touch it. It's going to be a Mexico ball. Now on that last indirect free kick, Chupi was unmarked completely. Ruben Sanchez could have gone to him, and then you come back up to Ruben Sanchez, who can then take a shot and hope the defense moves out a little bit.
I have this feeling that Ruben and Adrian are having a little bit of tunnel vision together, where they're just looking for each other, and but they really need to combine with their third and final player to get a goal here.
Adrian Sanchez, 2-on-1 violation on Canada.
That call, but I think it was the right one. Just might be frustrated just because all the 2-on-1 stacking up.
Andre Bougie went for a big kick and he just missed it, not by much.
Oh my gosh!
Sagan with open space. Adrian Sanchez recovered well though.
Oh!
And that's going to be a foul on Andre Bougie. Maybe. Let's see what the referee says.
I think Ruben was turning into him.
It is going to be against Andre for charging in.
Yeah. And that's what Andre's saying. He spun into me, but it's going to go the other way.
Ruben Sanchez over to Chucky. Chucky with the ball.
That's exactly what we just talked about, Tony.
Indeed, he was completely unmarked.
Yeah.
Oh, and that's a foul on Bougie for backing into Chucky.
Surprised to see a card here.
We are now going to see a card. That was another warning for Bougie. Direct free kick. I don't think Ruben has enough power to get it through anything though. So Adrian Sanchez is going to set up a screen. And maybe here, because of the position, you knock it off the Canadian player, see if you can get a better position or a corner kick.
I think that's right, Tony. Look at that wall. I mean, there's four chairs right there. Obviously, Adrian's going to try to move out of the way.
Or you could go all the way up to Eric Ramirez and then come all the way across. That's another option.
We haven't really seen that too much in Mexico. That's not what they want.
Poor touch by Adrian. Out of play for a goal kick.
Feel the tension building in this building, Tony.
Mathieu Desroches doing everything he can to get the ball into the other half. Adrian Sanchez keeping that ball right there along the touchline.
Good chair control from both players here.
Desroches pushes through, heading towards the Mexico goal area. Eric Ramirez all alone in the area. Ruben Sanchez has to stay out. He learned his lesson from the last time. But Adrian Sanchez has to come in. He can't though. He's got to go around. Smart play by Adrian Sanchez to avoid the 2-on-1. He couldn't directly come right out, and that would have been a foul.
Incredible play from him. That was definitely going to be a 2-on-1, and he recognized it right away.
So dangerous situation. Eric Ramirez did well to hold on by himself though. Bougie winding up for a kick. Caroline Sagan at the far post. Mathieu Desroches screening. Sagan back to Desroches. It's going the wrong way.
Oh, no.
Sagan, and now that ball's going the opposite direction from where Canada wants it to go. Kicking coming up for Mexico.
Mexico fortunate to come away unscathed after that recent barrage from Canada. Let's see if they can get a foothold of their own on offense. Move in.
Sanchez over to Chucky. Can he get that ball? He thought about it.
He hesitated.
Probably a smart move to just let it roll out and
Definitely.
guarantee a possession.
I agree with you 100% there. Mexico continues to impress with their game sense out there. You know, they seem to be making the right choices. Let's see if they can get a goal.
Ruben across and into the Canadian defense. Nicely done. Adrian looking to go to Ruben, who's sitting at the top waiting. Ruben winding up for a shot, and he hits it right off of Saint-Denis Le Roche. Seguin for Canada, pushing right into Ruben.
Good play from Caroline there. Starting to get starting to become crunch time for Mexico here.
It is indeed. It's the 36th minute. Canada holding on to the slimmest of 1-0 leads. Bougie all the way across De Roche has to come out, and that ball's going to roll towards the line. Ramirez makes the save. That ball was slow rolling, and Eric Ramirez took a lot of time to get over there. He was able to save it though. We're going to get a foul on Mathieu De Roche. Too much contact for the referee's liking. Free kick coming up for Mexico.
Time to pull out all the stops for Mexico.
Indeed, 37th minute.
Cannot afford to get locked
Again
up.
with a shot. Deflected out. Bougie collects the ball. It slams into Sanchez. And Mexico probably screaming for another caution card here. That was reckless by Bougie.
Especially being on a yellow. Very reckless play there. Lucky to not get a second yellow after that challenge.
Nicely done by Mexico. Adrian got back into the goal area as Ruben was pulling up. Sanchez gets
beautiful.
around De Roche. Sanchez getting around Bougie. Can he maintain possession? Ruben's waiting for that pass. Can he get it off?
Pull the trigger.
Bougie getting around Adrian Sanchez. Goes to a 2-on-1 violation. Advantage called.
Thought there was a couple opportunities to get that pass back, Tony.
Indeed there were, and it may have been a moment of just simply overthinking and waiting for the perfect moment instead of the good moment.
Right. Yeah, in this late stage in the game.
De Roche with a shot off of Ruben Sanchez, corner kick Canada. This is not what Mexico needs. We are in the 38th minute. We've got a substitution happening for Mexico. It looks like Ruben is coming off.
Strange substitution.
And Angel Aguiar coming on.
Ruben, the captain from Mexico, and a very central part of their offensive scheme. Surprising to see him subbed off in this game.
Bougie all the way across Seguin with a shot.
Oh, that's it.
And that's all blocked by Mathieu De Roche. A little friendly defense happening there for Canada. Ramirez gets it to Bougie. And Chucky lets it roll out because Bougie touched it last. Super smart play by Chucky.
Chucky is making some great decisions out there. This ball is going to be right at the top of the box, but as we said, Mexico, without their normal kicker, Ruben Sanchez being subbed off. Let's see what Mexico can drum up here. Look at that
They
speed.
have a clear channel over to Chucky at the far post. If Adrian can stay in place, that ball right into Saint-Denis Le Roche. Nobody in support for Adrian. That ball almost over to Chucky. Nicely done by Emily Saint-Denis Le Roche. That ball
riding up on the wheel a little bit.
Scary moment there. We've already had one player take over.
Mathieu Desroches.
Great positioning from Mathieu.
That ball's going to go wide now. Aguiar kept the ball in play, presenting danger for Mexico. Sanchez has to come back in.
Oh my God, that's going to roll in!
That's a 2-on-1 violation.
No
on
goal.
Canada.
Oh my gosh.
Mathieu Desroches, Caroline Sagan got too close together because Caroline came in to finish the ball. You'll see it right there.
She just needed to wait a half a second more.
Or just let the ball roll over the line itself. Maybe. That's a tough call. It is a 2-on-1 violation.
Caroline might be having an issue. We're going to get the training staff out there.
She's mobile once again, but the training staff is going to come out to see what's going on. We are in added time.
Looks like we're going to get a substitution and get Caroline off.
It looks like Jaden Chaban going to come back on.
Hopefully we didn't rush Caroline getting back out there. Unfortunate play for Canada as they could have iced the game with a goal. Got a little too excited there though, Tony. Mexico now. They need a miracle here in stoppage.
Aguiar. Bougie misses that ball. I think Bougie was the last to touch it, and he was, so he had to get Saint-Denis-le-Roche to touch it to keep it in play.
Good communication there from the Canadian defense.
Well, that ball's still in.
Unbelievable.
Can Mexico pull out another heart-stopping goal? Chavan. Ramirez couldn't really do anything with that. Kicking for Canada. And we will have a few moments of added time here for the substitution. Bougie all the way across Chaban, cut off by Ramirez. Saint-Denis-le-Roche could have let that go out for Canada. Chaban, Saint-Denis-le-Roche, wide goes the shot. It was a bullet towards the Mexico goal area though.
I have to wonder about that late substitution of Ruben Sanchez at the end of this game for Mexico.
That ball goes to Saint-Denis-le-Roche. Chucky gonna take a pass. It goes to Sanchez, back to Chucky. Chucky back to Sanchez. Sanchez winds up for a shot, and that ball goes in!
Oh what a shot! Oh my
Mexico with another heart-stopping goal. What in added time. Let's watch it again. Chucky with a pass back to Adrian Sanchez. Sanchez unwinds a shot. Andre Bougie over pursued the ball. Mexico won. Canada won. In the dying moments of the match.
That's pure cinema, Tony. What a beautiful shot. Incredible play from Mexico. Just as I was questioning the substitution, they proved me wrong immediately.
Andre Bougie was left all alone in the goal area, and he simply over-pursued that ball. And Adrian Sanchez sent it right behind him.
I think he kicked it so hard he took off his own wrist strap.
And now in the dying moments, Canada and Mexico are tied at 1.
Mexico, the Cinderella story, continues to give us fireworks at the end of their games. Unbelievable.
Bougie with a shot directly on goal. Mathieu Desroches. Bougie cuts it off. Chaban back to Bougie. And now the passing from Canada comes. It might be a little too late for this though. 2-on-1 violation in play for Canada. Advantage called, play continues, and now a foul on Bougie.
Uh-oh, here we go. Referee's not going to his pocket, lucky.
Canada are very fortunate because Andre Bougie is already on a yellow.
Tony, I am still in disbelief about that goal. What a beautiful shot from the goalkeeper of Mexico.
Got ice in his veins.
And now Mathieu Desroches. Could he score the game winner here? Not a chance with Aguiar out. And the referee blows the final whistle as Canada
I can't believe it.
approaches the goal line. The match is over. Mexico again in the dying moments of the match pull out the equalizer. Peyton, you said fireworks. We got fireworks.
Unbelievable stuff. A beautiful game to watch indeed. Oh, thank you, Mexico.
And with that, we're going to take a break. When we come back at 3 p.m. local time, the United States versus Brazil, and then we will finish the day at 4:30 p.m. local time, Argentina and Uruguay. An exciting finish here. Canada won, Mexico won. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. Welcome back to the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center in Phoenix, Arizona. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Hankel. The Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson. Joining me once again in the broadcast booth, CNY United's very own Peyton Sefik. Peyton, we have the United States versus Brazil.
Yeah, it's going to be a good matchup. We saw the U.S. put up 10 goals in their first game earlier today, so looking for them to continue that offensive domination. We'll see on the other side of things, Brazil is shaking it up a little bit in their formation, so we'll see how that works for them.
Yeah, so Brazil's starting four have not changed. However, the difference is that Pedro Grosso is now the designated keeper. Lucas Dutra is now the center player. Early 2-on-1 violation on Brazil gives the United States an indirect free kick. For the United States on the pitch, number 3, the designated keeper, Jordan Dickey, also out there. Number 22, Riley Johnson. Number 5, Lexi Hair. And number 10, David Dowling.
This is the lineup that the U.S. goes for when they're looking to play that 4-up style involving the keeper in their offensive attack. We'll see how influential Jordan Dickey can be indeed on offense.
Hair across to Dowling. Dowling's not going to quite get there in time, helped out by Daniel Fiseo. That ball is saved by Grosso, and it's going out of play for United States. Kick in.
Dangerous play there from Brazil. They only had their keeper in the box. There's 2-on-1 offensive advantage for the U.S. there.
David Dowling, although not Pete Winslow, a very strong kicker, and he gets a lot of pace on that ball. Dowling releases to Riley Johnson. Johnson and Dutra battling along the far touchline.
I have a feeling we're going to see that matchup a lot throughout this game.
Johnson releases to Hair, who touches the ball and can't keep it from going out. Kicking coming up for Brazil.
Dutra is so influential for the Brazilians in the center of the pitch. I don't think anything's going to change. They're going to have to lean on Dutra very heavily in this game, as they have a pretty major task ahead of them playing against this U.S. team. Just feeling pretty hot right now after scoring so many goals in their last match.
Their last match, 10-0 over Canada. Hair pass to Dowling. Dowling unwinds a shot, saved by Grosso. Lexi Hair tried to stop Dutra. He gets around her though. And 2-on-1 violation in play for Brazil again. Bernardo Borges could not pull out of the way as Dutra was coming up behind him. Another indirect free kick coming for the United States.
That was a tough one for Bernardo. His back was to the ball. He just couldn't figure out which way to go to avoid his teammate.
Riley Johnson in the area, threatening, keeping the ball in play along the end line. He just rips that ball off of Grosso. It's going out for a United States corner kick.
Grosso honestly strong in the end to make sure Riley couldn't push it past him on the post there. Still, this is exactly what the U.S. is looking for, a corner early in this first half. So dangerous on their set plays.
David Dowling going to rifle another ball into the Brazil goal area. Let's see if this one results in a goal for the U.S. Johnson looking to go in motion.
Lexi patiently waiting on that far post.
Dowling, the shot, and that off the back of Johnson. Not a clean kick, and it's going to roll towards the touchline. Jordan Dickey keeps it in play for the United States. Good heads up play by Dickey. Dutra and Dickey now at the edge of the Brazil goal area. They're going to call a foul on Jordan Dickey.
Jordan was kind of surprised to hear the whistle blow on that one. Interesting to see their shape change as Jordan came up. Lexi dropped back into the very deep pivot position to protect the goal.
Fiseo, Johnson swings around to cut that ball off. Johnson along the end line again. Heavy contact. It goes off of Dutra and another corner kick for the United States.
Just about everything Dutra could do to stop Riley from getting the ball around him was to just force him out of bounds there.
Dowling looking for a little gap in the Brazil defense. Hair with a shot saved by Dutra.
Good save.
Riley Johnson faked the shot in an attempt to pull the defense and freeze them for a moment.
Dutra wasn't buying it though.
Good patience by Brazil. Dowling going up to Dickey. Dickey across, blocked off by Borges. Hair over to Johnson. Johnson to Dowling. Dowling back to Johnson. Johnson over to Hair. He actually takes a shot into the goal. Johnson with another shot that sails wide. Goal kick Brazil.
Let's see a replay on that.
Good passing spell from the U.S. Johnson
That kick
taking
right.
that shot.
Yeah, that was when you called. I think you were right. He should have gone to Hair. He might have wanted to, and he just didn't rotate the correct way on the ball.
Dutra sitting back, holding for the ball. Johnson.
Contact off the ball here.
So Johnson going to get called for a foul. Heavy contact and pushing into Dutra.
Contact on his near side as well. Referee going to call it on Riley Johnson.
Dutra over to Borges. Borges into Dowling. Dowling attacking for the United States. Dowling working, keeping the ball in a dangerous place for Brazil's defense. A little bit of a push by Borges. The play continues. That kick out to Johnson. Johnson swings and shoots. Deflected by Dutra. And actually a pretty good save from Dutra. That ball was certainly on goal. Dowling.
Oh, he rushed it.
We wanted to go directly on goal because Dutra and Grosso both left a lot of space between them and their post. And as you said, David Dowling just rushed that one.
Didn't get his chair set up quite the way he wanted to. He saw the space, but he didn't take that one extra second to make sure he was going to hit it in the right spot. We were working against Riley, but
It's so hard to get the ball away from Johnson now. I mean, that ball is glued to his chair. Johnson with a 180 spin kick on goal. Saved by Grosso. Dowling back to Johnson. Pass over to Hair. Hair winds up for a pass across. Dowling with a shot. And it's saved by Grosso.
Oh my
Pass across and a shot and a goal.
Wow.
United States. Beautiful passing. David Dowling is fired up right now. Let's watch this sequence. Just beautiful passing. Everybody in the right place at the right time.
initially a great save off the line.
And that was a nice pass across the area by Hair. That ball was coming off the defender, and she just punched it straight across. David Dowling was there to finish it. It is 1-0 United States. Substitution for the U.S. David Dowling coming off, Pete Winslow coming on.
That ball was moving pretty quick on a few of those passes.
And it's so hard to defend that. When the ball's moving with that kind of pace, the only thing you can do is sit and wait for the ball to come into your passing lane to cut it off. If you chase, you will lose.
Indeed, yeah. Really good passing to open up this game for the U.S.
Winslow back to Johnson. Johnson looking for Hair. Pete Winslow's there, almost back into Bernardo.
That was tight.
We're going to get a foul on Pete Winslow.
He might have actually touched Bernardo.
It was certainly close quarters down there. Brazil's outfield players so far away. However, that play worked in their favor as Winslow could not get his guard around the ball. And it looks like Daniel Fuseu is coming out of the match for Brazil. Coming on in his place is Igor Gomez. Bernardo off of Johnson. Another kick in coming up. Much better scoring position for Brazil. Let's see if they can do anything with it.
Not quite a corner yet, though, so wouldn't be surprised to see him take a shot trying to draw a corner off the back of the keeper.
And that's exactly what he was going for. He missed, however.
See the U.S. work the ball out of their defensive zone. Now they're going to have a motion play here coming out.
Winslow looking for Hair. That ball goes straight into Brazil defense, though.
Could be a 2-on-1 there.
Kick in the United States.
Keep directing traffic. Looking for a lane here.
Winslow to Johnson. Johnson across. Hair back up to Winslow. Winslow going to unleash a shot, and he just misses.
Quick equipment.
It looks like Lucas is going to have to come off the pitch for a minute, or the referee's actually going to keep him on the pitch. Let's see, maybe a strap came loose. Sometimes things loosen as the game goes on. And for those of you that are unfamiliar with these chairs, all of these chairs are pretty much custom built to the individual athlete to ensure a good fit and maximum performance. These chairs are extremely agile and powerful, and especially some of these players out here don't have a great deal of muscle tone. And so it becomes imperative that the chair fits properly.
Yeah, the customization really comes in for the seating and positioning for the player. Everyone has a completely different setup based on what works for them. So you'll see plays stop occasionally just to tighten a few straps or get repositioned in their seat.
2-on-1 violation called on the United States. Hair and Johnson. And it looks like David Dowling is preparing to re-enter the match.
Interesting to have him sub off and only to sub right back down a couple of minutes later. It does seem like the U.S. kind of lost a little bit of passing opportunities once Dowling came out. We'll see if they can pick up right where they left off after he subbed off.
Gomez can't catch that ball. It's going out for a United States kick in. And now David Dowling will come back on. Pete Winslow will come off.
Having Dowling in the game really opens up Riley Johnson to have a little bit more freedom.
Gomez keeps the ball in the United States half. Johnson gets around him. Johnson over to Dowling. Dowling takes the ball back over to Johnson. Johnson looking for Hair. Hair across to Dowling. Dowling sets up, goes back to Johnson. Johnson across to Hair. Lucas Dutra with a shot. Had to be saved by Dickey. Oh. Jordan Dickey sends that one off of board. Kicking coming up for the United States. And immediately, Peyton, as you said earlier, the passing is happening once again for the U.S. with Dowling in there.
Yeah. It brings a little extra spark.
Gomez also needing a little bit of an adjustment.
Didn't really see any contact, so that just must have happened through normal movements of the chair. As we've stated throughout this tournament, these chairs are very powerful. And even if there isn't contact, it can, if you're spinning and moving, going fast, you can kind of get jostled around just by the base movements of these chairs. It almost bodes well for Brazil, kind of taking the U.S. out of their flow. Substitution.
We are going to get a substitution. Igor Gomez coming into the match now for him, number 10, Nando Nascimento. Dowling over to Hair, cut off by Dutra. Dutra just pushes through Hair.
Great job from him.
Bringing that ball along the end line. Dutra has to be dragged out of the area by Dickey. A little bit of contact there. That ball is out of play for the United States kick-in.
Dutra's playing like this game is really important for him personally. I would not be surprised to see.
Dowling straight on goal, catching the goalkeeper, calling his attention. Dutra sends that out of play for a United States kick-in.
Just to finish that thought, I would not be surprised to see Dutra targeting the other players aside from Riley Johnson out there to try to work on one-on-one.
Yeah, Johnson's going to be one of the toughest one-on-one players you're going to face. So if you can go up against somebody else, it may be to your advantage, although David Dowling also no slouch.
Yeah, unfortunately for Dutra, there's not too much of a
Dowling
shortfall.
across to Hair. Hair back to Dowling. Dowling back to Hair again. Hair winds up for a shot off the post.
What a shot from Lex.
Lexi Hair working the ball, keeping the United States attack going. Dutra pushing out of the area.
This is what Dutra's looking for.
Good patient defense by Dutra. Not rushing anything here. Just working. Nicely done by Hair.
Very nice. Very nice. To retain possession for the U.S. there.
Hair at the far post. Johnson in motion. Dowling with the pass across. And Johnson splits the defenders and sends it wide.
David Dowling is such an impressive player. He has really risen to the occasion. It's his first official cap for the U.S. this tournament, and he is playing very well.
So we see again, Bernardo defending the defender here. We talked about it last match with Brazil, and it really doesn't give Lucas a lot of options to pass.
Right. That really disrupts. You know, they're working so hard to get anything positive against this U.S. team, and when you can't even complete a pass on a set play, it makes the frustration levels just climb so high.
2-on-1 violation on the United States. Gives Brazil an indirect free kick. 18th minute, United States 1, Brazil 0. It's been mostly the United States in this match. Brazil's defense, though, holding strong. That pass across. Lexi Hair's going to pick it up and send it back towards Brazil. Dutra with a shot. Bernardo into Dickey. Dickey clearing the area. Dickey looking for Johnson. Nice fake move. Jordan Dickey just jukes.
Oh my
Jordan
goodness.
Dickey, end to end, scores a goal. Let's watch that again.
Unbelievable play from Jordan Dickey. He's been doing this for almost 25 years now.
Jordan Dickey is a magician out there. Little head moves, little fakes here and there. It gets everyone to bite.
I have been burned by Jordan Dickey more times than I can count, and so I definitely feel for the Brazilians. He faked out more than one of them on that run. Just a beautiful play, going from post to post there from the keeper for the U.S. team. Amazing goal from Jordan Dickey.
Bernardo sends that ball out for a United States goal kick. 19th minute. It is now 2-0 after a coast-to-coast goal from Jordan Dickey.
I can't get enough of that goal, Tony. That was amazing.
And what's even more impressive is that we are using a pitch that is at the maximum dimensions for power chair football. So this is a big playing surface. It's huge. And to make that run all the way across, fake out two players, that ball still stays in play. I mean, Jordan Dickey has been impressive as long as we've seen him.
Of course.
David Dowling taking on Lucas Dutra.
Really impressive here from David Dowling as well to retain possession.
Let's see if he can find a pass now.
Johnson over to Hair. Hair with the back of her chair. A 3-in-the-box violation going to be called on Brazil. Nascimento entered the area.
As you were saying, Tony, Hair didn't quite have the position to take the shot with the front of her guard, so instead she hit it with her back wheel. A daft touch by the veteran, but just a good save in the end by the Brazilian defense.
Now a very challenging indirect free kick for Brazil to defend. We're at a time here in the first half. Dowling across to Hair. Hair back to Dowling. Dowling back to Hair. Hair with a shot saved by Dutra. She had space behind him. She couldn't quite hit it. Johnson holding down to Hair. Back up to Johnson. Actually across, and Dutra missed that ball. Dowling over to Johnson. Johnson holds. Back over to Hair. Not enough pace on it. Johnson now to Hair. And she's a little late. It goes out for a goal kick. Referee looking at his watch.
See that one again. Good passing here from the U.S. team.
Back to live action. The referee has blown the halftime whistle. The USA had some really impressive spells in the first half. Brazil holding pretty strong though, Peyton.
Yeah, good defense throughout for Brazil. Obviously, 2 nice goals from the U.S., including a beautiful single-handed goal from Jordan Dickey. So yeah, I mean, I think Brazil's got they knew their task was pretty huge, facing against the giants of the USA. But so far, there's nothing to be ashamed of from their perspective. They're playing pretty well.
The final 20 minutes of this match, United States and Brazil. Coming up in about 5 minutes, you're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. We're live at the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center in Phoenix, Arizona. For Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson. Joining me once again in the broadcast booth, Peyton Sefik, and also a special guest for the second half of this match, the assistant coach from Argentina, the one and only, the father, the creator of the English 4-out system, Colin Gordon. Colin, welcome.
Thank you for having me, guys.
Awesome to have you here, Colin. Thanks for joining us for the game. We know you got a game coming up soon, so whenever you got to cut out, we're ready for you.
Well, I thought I'd bring some English weather with me as well. We're supposed to be in the desert, you know.
Well, you did. Thank you very much. It's been cloudy and rainy the entire time you all have been here. David Dowling with the ball, a pass to Johnson, intended for Johnson. 2-on-1 violation on Brazil.
Colin, how are you finding the zone action out here in the Americas?
It's really intense. The support's amazing. It's been a fantastic experience. I'm really enjoying it. Obviously, I've got a young, experienced team, but we're developing very well. I'm really enjoying the whole tournament.
Awesome.
And an attempted clearance gives the United States a corner. That was dangerously close to going on goal.
Yeah, a little ill-advised there, Tony.
That is Simon Calista for Brazil in the match. Nando Nascimento also in. Lucas Dutra for Brazil in the goal, and joining him is Pedro Grosso. The United States is still Riley Johnson, David Dowling, Lexi Hair, and Jordan Dickey. Dowling winds up for a shot. It goes all the way across. Lexi Hair with a shot. It's saved by Dutra. Dowling over to Johnson. Johnson over to Hair. Hair back to Johnson. Johnson back over to Hair again. Hair again to Johnson. That one a little bit low. Dowling with a shot into the Brazil defense. Dowling keeps the ball in play. Riley Johnson back over to Dowling. Dowling holds for a moment. Dowling looking for another opportunity to pass back up, potentially, and it rolls out for a corner kick.
Strange to say for a team that scored 10 goals this morning, but all teams are struggling with regards to finishing at far posts at the moment.
Yeah,
I think the defenses are getting better all the time.
Agreed, yeah. We saw that with your Argentine squad. Some of the best passing we've seen in the entire tournament in that first half, especially. Just couldn't find the back of the net.
We have a saying, and we certainly didn't implement it, which is one more pass. We needed to find the far pass off the final pass rather than shooting on goal. But they'll learn and they'll get stronger. I was really encouraged with the style of play. I'm a big advocate of the way the game should be played, and I was delighted with that.
Dowling all the way across, cut off by Dutra. Dowling back into the area. Hair sends it right into Dutra. Dowling setting up at the top of the area. Riley Johnson at the far post. And a foul called by the official. We're going to get interference, I think is what they're going to call on Nascimento. He backed up and David Dowling had to spin out of the way to avoid contact. And I think that's what they're calling the foul here. Nascimento looks a little bit perplexed by the foul call,
To say the least. Colin, we're talking about the way the game is supposed to be played now. We did see Mexico just almost in shocking fashion pull out 2 ties late in games. It's got to be exciting to see a young team like Mexico having success in a tournament like this.
Hair over to Johnson. Johnson with a shot save.
They defended for their lives.
Yeah.
And they got a break at the end, and they took it. And they're great people. They're a lovely group. The defensive structure is very disciplined. It's not just off the cuff.
It's surprising to see from such an inexperienced squad to see their defense be so tight, especially outside the top of the box. They're really well drilled with that.
They certainly are. They don't give many 2-on-1s away. And around the top of the box, it's exceptional.
Jordan Dickey with an acrobatic shot goes wide. Goal kick Brazil.
So is that a classic example of one more pass? Jordan going for an option that's not on. And then I think Riley's on the far post with a tapping. So even the best can get it wrong.
Jordan is certainly that. He's one of the original greats of power soccer, and it's great to see him still going out there. his goal in the first half was pretty brilliant, to say the least.
It was Momo-esque. That's probably the best compliment I could give him.
Hair across to Dowling. Dowling going back to Johnson. Johnson down to Hair. And that ball's going to roll over the touchline. Brazil kick in. Substitutions coming up for both sides. David Dowling coming off. It looks like Jordan Dickey coming off. Nathan Mayer coming on to go in the goal. Michael Rayton coming on for David Dowling. Daniel Viseu coming on. Also Igor Gomez coming on. Simon Calista coming off. Also Nando Nascimento.
Tony, we'll give you a break after saying all the substitutions there is quite a lot. Assuming we're going to see a changing shape for the U.S. now with Nathan Mayer coming in, we're going to see a little bit more of a traditional 3-up style instead of the 4 that Jordan provides for the national team, for the U.S. national team, excuse me.
Dutra looking for Viseu. Lexi Hair cut it off though. Pass over to Viseu. He winds up for a kick, goes back to Dutra, and Lexi Hair is going to grab that ball and head the other way with it. Into the goal area, Brazil under pressure again. Johnson picking up the ball, Hair at the top of the area. Dutra, that ball dangerously close to the goal line. Johnson driving around, lots of contact in the area. Viseu sends it across, it's going to go to Johnson. Rayton picks it up. Hair, now the pass to Johnson. That ball behind him, and a foul by Johnson.
I don't know, getting a little bit frustrated there.
Yeah,
I think his control of the ball is one of the best in the world. His use of the ball is amazing. I think the Americans have got some very, very talented individual players. I really think that it's a very, very strong block.
Yeah, we saw Riley follow there. It almost seemed like the U.S. got a little out of shape with Lexi ending up in the middle instead of the likes of Riley or Michael, who are much more used to playing in the center. And it almost, as you said, Colin, frustrated Riley a little bit.
Yeah. He's got a temper, I can tell you, in the battles we've had, he's got a temper. It's not just me.
Oh, yeah.
Rayton back to Johnson. Johnson fake the pass, takes the ball to the touchline, back up to Rayton. Rayton cut off by Gomez. Nicely defended there. A 2-on-1 violation in play. It's going to go out. Referee's going to award a kick in. And another substitution. Jordan Dickey coming back into the match now as an outfield player for Lexi Hair.
I think he did a Superman and got changed in the phone box.
He did indeed, with the slight orange glow radiating from underneath. Rayton takes a wide pass back to Johnson, who couldn't collect it. Goal kick Brazil.
Michael and Riley out there together, you know, it's kind of the current and past leadership and the future leadership of the U.S. national team. Michael is such a talented young player, shows a maturity out on the pitch that not many young players do indeed have. So we'd like to see them combine here and have some success early in this second half.
With the support that the US Federation give now, I think the whole setup's as strong as anything on the planet. Some great young talent coming through as well. I think it's going to be a golden era for US Power Soccer. Really
enjoying the support that US Soccer has been providing, bringing
Foul by Dutra.
Bringing Power Soccer under the umbrella of U.S. Soccer has changed the shape of our sport here in the U.S. They have just completely accepted us, unquestioned, and provided so many different resources.
Obviously, I was spoiled with the FA for 12 years with that kind of resource, and I just wish that all of the teams had the same support.
Yeah.
It would be great if they did.
Yeah, really hoping that.
You know, these boys, the Brazilian boys, they had so many hardships to get here. They are, Brazil is football as I know it, of course, you know, so it would be great to see them get supported by their national association.
It really makes a difference when you have the not only the financial support, but the infrastructure to
build and grow and train and develop athletes into world-class talent.
People don't realise that, I was fortunate at the FA that we had sports psychologists.
Yeah.
It was elite sport. And this is elite sport. They deserve to have the trappings of an elite sportsman.
Absolutely.
And, I know how hard Mariano works with Argentina, and you're thinking, goodness, wouldn't it be great if the Federation got behind the Argentinian squad? And it would be great if all teams were equal.
Oh, and that ball sneaks through for an easy goal. Jordan Dickey. And I'm not sure if that ball was mishit by Riley Johnson. It kind of spun off his guard if you watch it again here. He didn't really get full power on it. And I think that little bit of hesitation faked everybody out. Michael Rayton also came diving down on the ball to freeze the defense momentarily.
Tough read.
3-0, Brazil trail the United States.
I think Riley's big grin gives it away. There was a scoff, as we call it in the trade.
Nando Nascimento coming back on, Bernardo Borges coming back on for Brazil, Pete Winslow coming back on for the United States, Riley Johnson coming off, Michael Rayton now assuming the middle position for the United States. Bernardo sends that ball towards the end line. It's going to roll out over the touchline, kick in the United States. 31st minute. And the United States are pretty much in control here.
Yeah, they're in the driver's seat for sure. They've taken Riley out of the game and allowed Michael to have a little bit more freedom in the center. So we'll see how that plays out. We also have Jordan in the game, so he can play center if they need be. But I think this is a big test for Michael Rayton, the young player, to get a little bit more reps in the center. I do want to go back to the conversation we were having about getting federation involvement across the globe for power soccer. It certainly has changed the face here, and I know you had said it with the FA in England, also very helpful. I'd love to see FIFA get involved as well. Haven't seen as much support, but with the Men's World Cup coming, I know that's a big focus for U.S. soccer, and I'm hoping that Mexico and Canada can also get federation support as well. That could go a really long way if FIFA also steps up and supports some disability sports organizations. Yeah.
I think it's
A threat here by Brazil. One moment, gentlemen, as Nando Nascimento had really the best threat for Brazil all match. It is over now, though, as Pete Winslow pushes back towards the center line.
Good carry out by Pete.
I think the promotion of our sport is probably stronger now than it's ever been with the coverage that you guys give. And obviously, I'm a bit biased, but with Ryan Sipple and Charlie and Jack at home.
Yep.
And I think now's the time to show the major organisations what we offer. But to do that, you need access. And obviously, I've been in the sport all of my working life. It's not easy to be able to go to the powers that be, but we have to try. We've had our ups and downs with the IOC over the years, but that's not going to give us federation support. And I think your idea of going to FIFA, UEFA, CONMEBOL, and the likes is the way to go.
Yeah, certainly.
And a quick shout out, since you mentioned their names, to Ryan Sipple and Greg Baxter and Charlie McClellan.
I forgot Greg. I'll be in trouble.
Oh my goodness. Sir Gregory Baxter has been left out. They do a great job with the WFA commentary.
They're amazing.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to watch them for sure.
At the Euros, I think they did 26 straight games, which is like, I don't know, some kind of commentator at bomb. So it was an amazing feat, and they keep their enthusiasm, which is just like you guys. They keep their enthusiasm for every game, and it can be the worst game in the world, but they're making it sound like the greatest thing you've ever seen. And you just got to give them a great shout for that, for the way that they get their messages across.
Yeah, they really do a wonderful job out there. Lucas over to Bernardo, who was not positioned to receive that pass. And so the United States kicking coming up, 34th minute. And Brazil, I have to credit their defense, even though they trail 3-0. It is only 3-0, considering that the United States put up 10 against Canada earlier. Pete Winslow over to Rayton. Rayton back across the area. Jordan Dickey back across to Rayton. Rayton back to Dickey. Dickey back to Rayton. Rayton takes a shot.
Beautiful.
And that was unbelievably impressive by the United States.
Love to see that. The ball going back and forth across the top of the box. Here's Jordan with a massive kick. right back by Rayton.
And I said it earlier, I'll say it again, if you chase the ball, you will lose eventually. And unfortunately for Brazil, they had no choice but to chase. The United States makes them pay. It is now 4-0.
It's the combination of power and accuracy that you can't beat. We see everybody try and put power on the ball, but the accuracy goes out the window. But the US had a tremendous accuracy in their play.
Really impressive to see from Michael Rayton. Awesome that he scored that goal. And from an assist from a legend like Jordan Dickey, it's just got to be that much more special.
I had a chat with Michael at the hotel. He's a lovely, lovely kid. Yeah, great kid.
He is a wonderful kid. He is a great athlete. Super passionate about the game. Really smart. That ball down, intended for Dickey, a little bit too long, a little bit too fast, and Nascimento was blocking off Dickey from getting there. Goal kick coming up for Brazil, 36th minute, and the United States have been in control from the opening whistle.
Look at Jordan how humble he is. He wants to get that next ball.
Bernardo, the wrong way, gives the United States a kick in. Let's see if Jordan Dickey can get a goal here. He plays primarily in the goal area as a keeper for the United States, so he doesn't get many opportunities to score, even though we did see him score one here.
Two here. He's on a hat trick.
Jordan Dickey looking for that third. That ball,
Oh, it's
oh my
gone.
goodness, Pete Winslow, a mistake by Lucas Dutra gives the United States goal number 5.
Just a lapse in concentration, unfortunately, for Brazil. You know, playing a really tough opponent like the U.S., you're just so focused on trying to do everything you possibly can just not to get embarrassed. And unfortunately, just a lapse in judgment there.
So Pete Winslow with a goal. Jordan Dickey is not going to get his third goal. He comes off. On in his place is Ryan Connolly. Brazil also make a substitution. Nando Nascimento off. Simon Calista on. We are in the 37th minute. 5-0 is the score. And Lucas was looking to go to Bernardo. Bernardo got trapped by Connolly. Nothing is working right now for Brazil.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating being out there late in the game, and every lineup that the U.S. has thrown at you has been successful for the U.S. So, you know, you have to feel for the Brazilians right now.
But you have to measure success on the achievement on the pitch. Sometimes a 3-0 defeat is not bad.
Right.
You know, you've got to plot a path to develop.
Yeah.
If you get beat 8-10, okay. But if you're in the game and you show some good structure and some good shape, then you've got something to build on.
Yeah, that's something we had talked about earlier in this tournament is stacking the positives together, and that's what Brazil needs to do right now. As tomorrow is going to be the playoffs, so you know might not be playing for the top spot. Michael Rayton's going to have a chance.
Michael Rayton over it in again.
Wow, U.S. is running away with this, turning into a boat race here.
And Brazil, what ended up happening is both the defenders got stacked on top of each other. They just could not maximize their length. Michael Rayton, who is famous in the United States for driving goals in because he's so good one-on-one, especially along the goal line, gets another here, 6-0 the score.
And just as we were talking about right before the U.S. scored that sixth goal, is you're looking for anything positive from the Brazilian coaching staff to put on film right now.
You say.
Tough when the likes of Pete Winslow are in there pounding the ball down the line.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the accuracy to get that all the way down the touchline for a goal kick is astounding. That was a long kick with pace.
As a purist, I'm not going to comment on that particular action.
Fair.
That's me being diplomatic. Which I'm renowned for.
We appreciate your diplomacy today, sir. We are preparing for our final match of the day as we are in added time. We have played 40 minutes here. The final match of the day promises to be a good one. Two heated rivals, Uruguay versus your team, Colin Gordon, Argentina.
We've got to take the emotion out of it.
This is a storied rivalry, though. This is a tall task for you as a coach on the squad to make sure your team stays level-headed out there.
Well, this is what I haven't experienced before. Coming into championships like this and all those historic rivalries that obviously I've never come across. And so we'll see how we handle it.
Having seen and worked at multiple Copa Americas, I have seen near fights break out between Uruguay and Argentina.
Nice to know, but I'll tell you, it won't be with me. I'll be running for the exit.
Now, after that Mexico game, something we had just touched on in this game was, even though the result was 1-1, Argentina and Mexico, you were really excited with what your team had put out there in terms of the shape that you held and the passing that you succeeded with. So
you're talking about culture, and I'm changing a culture. Historically, and Tony and I had this chat. He said to me, if you can get them playing the 4-out system the way you want to, and that's what we're looking to do.
There you go. And the final whistle is blown. The United States, again, from the opening whistle to the closing whistle, in control. 6-0 is the final score. Colin,
I'm going to get going, guys. I've got to go and do my job.
It was a pleasure having you on the broadcast, and we hope to see you again.
Here. Fantastic. Thanks for having me, guys.
Take care.
Thanks, Colin.
So we're going to take a break real quick. When we come back, the final match of the day, Uruguay, Argentina. You are watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. We'll be back at 4:30 p.m. local time. See you soon. final match of day 3, Argentina, Uruguay. This one is guaranteed to see some sparks fly. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel for Power Soccer Shop. I'm Tony Jackson. Peyton Sefik, my broadcast partner. I have to ask you a question, Peyton. Is this the first time that you've seen these two countries compete face-to-face?
No, I had the pleasure to see them play against each other in the World Cup. And let me tell you, the atmosphere was electric. I expect nothing less from this game.
That's right, that 2023 World Cup was actually a round-robin competition like this one is. So everybody played everybody else.
Indeed. And I did not see them play, but in 2017 I heard them playing against each other because you could actually hear it from 2 states over.
Yes, that match in 2017, these two go at it. There is certainly no love lost between them.
And that's more of a cultural thing, Tony. I think whenever these two countries compete in any sport, there's always pretty intense action out there. So really looking forward to seeing how this game shapes up.
Lopez over to Segrelli, cut off by Barbosa. Quick rundown of the lineups in goal for Uruguay. Dario Romano. Also defending, Francisco Vil, Lucia Barbosa, and Marco Diaz round out the lineup. Another kick in as Argentina is banging on the Uruguay door. For Argentina, Valentino Segrelli, Javier Lopez, Santiago Arocena, and Nicolas Kikwen on the pitch. Oh, that ball across. Kikwen with a shot.
Oh my gosh.
Now I think Arocena may have stolen a goal from Kikwen. Let's find out here. Francisco Vil is screaming about a foul somewhere along the way. Oh, it's because Javier Lopez slammed into Francisco Vil.
That's a tough call for Uruguay. It wasn't necessarily, I think, head referee Doug Wolf deciding that contact didn't affect the play at all as the ball had already gone past the Uruguayan defender. A beautiful space. Aside from the contact, beautiful passing play from Argentina there.
And the goalkeeper for Argentina getting them on the board first, Javier Lopez, late on the turn.
And just as you said, Argentina knocking on the door early in this game. They had multiple chances from down here at the top of the box, and eventually it paid off for them.
Now, I would like to see the standings as they are at the moment. We don't have that information available. This is actually a really big game for Uruguay because Mexico, with that draw against Canada and the draw against Argentina earlier, put them in a pretty good position. However, that's 2 points if I understand it correctly. What Mexico are looking for right now is can they make the 3rd, 4th place game to potentially qualify.
That would be an unbelievable turn of events in this tournament if they were able to.
Because the United States are 1 and 2 respectively at the moment. And it gets a little muddy as we get further down between Brazil, Mexico, Uruguay, and Canada. Segrelli along the touchline and out of play. And Valentino Segrelli will let that happen all day long.
Indeed.
And this is the danger of that kick in along the touchline, because the team kicking the ball doesn't really care if it stays in as long as the ball moves forward along the pitch. Francisco Vil cuts off Diaz.
Danger.
Contact in the area. Arocena sends that out for Uruguay kick in.
Doug Wolf choosing to let play on with contact early in this one. We'll see how that plays out later in this game. As we know, as you said earlier, sparks will fly, undoubtedly.
Segrelli getting around Barbosa.
Beautiful.
Now, that shot all the way across. Arocena sets it, just misses. Wonderful pass by Javier Lopez.
Let's see the replay on that one.
And you can see, this is one of the things you'll see about the 4 out, is that it looks for long passes, diagonal passes, to really pressure the defense. And
Arocena was just a little bit late on that.
Yeah, really good looking play from Argentina. That's exactly what they're looking for early in this game.
Diaz heading towards the Argentina goal area.
Oh my goodness, that's going to roll
Marco
it.
Diaz
Puts
fakes out Nicolas Kikwen.
Puts the fakes on.
My goodness, let's watch that again. That ball got by a couple Argentinian defenders. Kikwen got faked out by Diaz. He didn't even need to touch the ball again. It is now level at 1.
Beautiful fake there. Shades of Jordan Dickey with that fake.
Indeed, and this is about to get a little more intense.
Argentina feeling, one of their starting defenders not able to go in this one.
Calvin Mansour is still out.
We're hoping he's okay.
He is on the Argentina bench as a spectator. They certainly wish he were out there for this match.
Yeah, indeed. That's a major mistake early. Argentina enjoying an early 1-0 lead. See it washed away within a couple of minutes after they're scoring their opening goal. This is shaping up to be a good one early, Tony.
It is indeed, Peyton.
This is going to be a great battle right here. Francisco Ville versus Valentino Zigarelli. You're going to see a lot of that. Ooh, heavy contact again.
Indeed. Sometimes this match becomes rugby in the way that they play against each other.
And that's what I was wondering, if we would see a whistle early for contact to limit how much there's going to be, but instead we're going to see a lot of play-ons early in this one.
That ball off of Arocena, kick in.
Smart play
for Uruguay. Barbosa cut off by Lopez. Another kick in coming up. Lopez cuts that ball off. Dario Romano one-on-one against Arocena. Romano sends that ball out. Good clearance.
Strong defending there.
It does get a little dangerous sometimes when you're going one-on-one as a goalkeeper against an attacker who's charging down at you. Valentina Zigarelli having a bit of a disagreement with referee Doug Wolf here. Pedro Lopez, nice touch, pass, out for a kick in.
Francisco Ville has to be a little careful. He really committed to Eber Lopez's centering pass there.
If Lopez decided not to take that kick, my thought was go behind him as he committed so much. You have Arocena at the far post waiting. Nicely done by Lucia Barbosa. And the idea here between Valentino Zigarelli and Eber Lopez passing back and forth is to simply get the defense to break. Let's see what happens here as they continue to pass back and forth. Nicely done by Uruguay to stop that passing sequence. They start up again. Zigarelli across, barely cut off by Francisco Ville. Nicely done. That ball bounced to Arocena, to Zigarelli. Zigarelli catches the ball, looking to go over back to Arocena. Arocena back to Zigarelli again. Back to Arocena. Arocena winding up. And just a little bit too much pace on that from Zigarelli.
We were talking about earlier the size of this pitch. I believe you brought up how big of the pitch we're playing on, and these teams are using every inch of it. It's pretty incredible to watch. Really exciting seeing the ball go from one side of the court to another.
And it really is, it's a lot of excitement. It's really an enjoyable time to play on a pitch this large. Eber Lopez against Dario Romano and Francisco Ville.
Aggressive control from Eber.
Lopez lets that ball twirl back up. Zigarelli back to Lopez. Eber Lopez is shot off of Romano. Is back up and cut off by Francisco Ville. Lopez and Zigarelli doing well to pass between each other. Kick in Argentina. I had the very fortunate opportunity of playing on a maximum size pitch a couple times, and it is such a huge difference. As you know, Peyton, you played on large pitches before.
Definitely.
It's so much different than a regular sized standard basketball court because there's so much more room.
Yeah, Tony, when I was playing pretty consistently with the U.S. national team, I was going from playing on the Olympic-sized pitch and then going back to my club team and playing on an elementary school-sized gymnasium.
That ball gets all the way across. Arosena with a shot
What
saved
a
by Francisco
save!
Wild. My goodness. Francisco Wild with a wonderful save.
Right on the goal line, no less.
Diaz going to
beautiful.
wind one up here. He's backing in, and Valentino Segarelli very intentionally set himself up behind Diaz. It looks like we're going to get
A 2-on-1.
It is going to be a 2-on-1. I wonder if we can get the replay of that shot from earlier. Let's watch it again. You'll see here, Arosena had an opportunity to just shoot the ball. Francisco Wild made a wonderful save. I think if he elected to not go for the spin and just went for a 90-degree spin kick, he might have been able to get that through. But waiting to do the full turn gave Francisco Wild enough time to get to that post and stop that shot. Wonderful save.
Yeah, definitely an amazing save. I think you're right. You know, using a different kick to hit that. Honestly, I would have elected to go front of the guard. That gives you the opportunity to select whether you're going to shoot it either post or punch it back across to your teammate. So for the young power soccer players watching, young and old power soccer players watching, using the front of your guard is really beneficial.
Uruguay cut off by Eber Lopez, Segarelli, Arosena. Francisco Wild now for Uruguay. Nobody behind him for a pass. Marco Diaz is stuck along the goal line. He was looking to rotate out. Uruguay not really in a good shape at the moment. Eber Lopez, wonderfully done. Get that ball out. Arosena saves it, keeps it in play. The pass across, cut off by Diaz. And a 2-on-1 violation on Uruguay, Diaz and Francisco Wild. The thing that we're seeing, not just from Uruguay, but from other clubs as well, when they are defending, people are doing other people's jobs, and that ends up creating a lot of congestion in a lot of these 2-on-1s that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Lopez, Francisco Wild. Lopez over to Arosena. Arosena across, stopped by Romano.
That extra
Barboza, Diaz. That ball went behind Barboza and out of play. A kick-in coming up for Argentina.
We had just heard from Colin Gordon, the assistant coach for Argentina, that one of their main points is to find that extra pass, and I think on that last possession for Argentina, they just missed that extra pass as Zigarelli was wide open on that far side.
Ooh, heavy contact, a foul on Segarelli.
Good job from Barbosa jumping in there.
Yeah, she's doing really well to cut off that pass, and at some point you're likely going to see Segarelli take that ball and go across the pitch, knowing that Barbosa is coming in to stop that pass back to Lopez. Woo.
Heavy contact.
A little bit more guard-on-guard contact. Francisco Wild looking to put Uruguay up 2-1. And a foul, and the referee is calling a... Did he point to the mark?
Outside the
Oh
box.
my goodness. Was that inside or outside?
Very fortunate for Argentina
wow.
that was outside the box. You know, I think if that same contact happens inside the box, the whistle does not get blown. See Uruguay spacing here. It is indeed an awkward area, especially with the goal scorer Marco Diaz set up right in front of Eber Lopez.
Now, here's a thought. In the name of deception, if Nicolas Kikwen knows the ball's going to Marco Diaz, do you hit it a little slower off the back of Kikwen's chair?
Talk about, Eber Lopez has to be careful. He almost went all the way over the line.
He did. Arosena across to Segarelli. Wonderful pass.
Incredible.
Segarelli back behind Romano.
Oh, that's in!
Segarelli, let's see if they call a goal. It is a goal.
Wow, what a play from Zigarelli there.
Let's watch it again. Segarelli pushed through Francisco Wild. Wonderful pass by Arosena.
Incredible pass, Tony.
He goes behind Romano, and he was over the line already before he pushed through Francisco Wild.
Patience from Zigarelli and an incredible pass to set that play up.
Wonderful pass. It is now 2-1 Argentina.
Man, what a great way to end the day today. This is amazing.
Argentina supporters are fired up. Barbosa, Kikwen, Aver Lopez, wonderful turn. And so fast on that turn, too. That ball was coming with pace. The pass out to Segrelli. Back over to Lopez, close to a 2-on-1. Lopez looking to pass back up to Segrelli. Across to Arocena into Vild. That ball over to Arocena. Across the bus. Arocena with a pass. Oh my goodness. Wow, the passing for Argentina right now is unreal.
I am loving what I'm seeing.
Watch this pass from Santiago Arocena all the way across, and Aver Lopez just missed it.
Honestly, just the fact that he read where that pass was going to go and was able to get on the end of it was impressive. Obviously, he didn't get it on frame, but still, very promising looking play from the Argentine national team here.
Lopez holding the ball, releases Segrelli on Francisco Vild. Segrelli using the back of his chair. The pass to Arocena. Arocena all the way across. Aver Lopez with a shot, and it's going to go wide. He tried to redirect it with the corner of his guard. Couldn't make it.
All he had the option to do was indeed clip it with the corner of his guard. That ball was coming pretty fast across, and he had a long way to go to catch up to it.
Segrelli winding up for a shot. Romano Diaz with it. Segrelli on him.
Good
that
play
ball's
from
out of
Diaz.
play. Good job, Marco Diaz. Gives the Uruguay defense a little bit of a break.
I was just thinking that, you know, they've absorbed a lot of high-level pressure so far early in this one. They need to relieve the pressure in some way, whether it's going to be with Bill ball handling, but hopefully they can incorporate the passing offense here.
Francisco Vild couldn't get that before it went out. Kick in for Argentina, and we saw the passing from Argentina before. It's really coming together right now.
Yeah, it's starting to click for sure. And you know, we saw it clicking in the Mexico game, but what we didn't see was the finishing side of things. And I think that's something that they've made a change in this game, is they're not only seeing the passing lanes, they're connecting on the passes, but they're also finishing, which is obviously the most important part.
Francisco Vild heavy on that touch. Ball stays in play, and now it's out. Who will get the kick in? It is going to be Argentina.
Field is so upset with that call. He really thought he put it off of Segrelli there. Can't let frustrations get the better of you, though. This is a long match. We're very much in it right now.
That ball rolls all the way out for Uruguay goal kick.
This is very tense moments for Uruguay right now. They cannot lose their heads. They're still very firmly in this game. They've proven to themselves that they can't score against Argentina. They need to end this half strong.
They do. Aver Lopez can't quite get there. Good pass from Valentino Segrelli. Lots of pressure from Argentina. Arocena steps in to disrupt Francisco Vild. The pass from Segrelli to Aver Lopez. Lopez off of Francisco Vild. Corner kick, Argentina.
Tight quarters there.
Indeed.
That spin kick barely had enough room to hit the ball and not clip Vild.
Aver Lopez, the kicker. Arocena at the far post. Valentino Segrelli at the near post.
Argentina in a traditional corner kick setup here.
Segrelli, shot saved by Romano. You see a Barbosa for Uruguay. Taking on Aver Lopez, and Lopez just shoves that ball off of Barbosa to get it to Segrelli. That ball's out of play. It should be Argentina kicking. Segrelli. Let's see if he goes directly on goal here. He doesn't have a lot of options. He goes over to Arocena. Now Kikwen is playing a high line. That ball well wide.
Aggressive defending there from Vild.
We're coming up on halftime, and it's been quite an exciting first 20 minutes, Peyton.
Incredible. A goal out of nowhere to tie it up 1-1 from Marco Diaz. Kind of shocked me, to be honest. And then just beautiful passing from Argentina led to their second goal. This is definitely shaping up to be an incredible game.
Lopez cut off by Diaz. Diaz looking at to set up a shot.
Oh!
Spins into Tegarelli.
Gotta be careful on that one.
You like the idea. He has to be aware that Valentino Tegarelli is closing him down.
Honestly, I'm thinking Marco Diaz is pretty lucky to not be getting a card from head referee Doug Wolf there.
Diaz arguing the call with the official, or at least hopefully getting a clarification. It was indeed a foul, and it looks like he needs a little bit of attention. Uruguay trainer coming out to tend to Marco Diaz. There was a lot of contact as Diaz slammed into Tegarelli.
Yeah, when you hit someone through the ball kind of acts almost like a springboard and can kind of create even more disruption in the way you're seated. Yeah.
Sometimes it's better to just get hit by a chair directly.
I agree. I totally agree. I'd much rather get hit by a chair than through the ball.
Depending on who the hitter is, though.
True. Good to see Marco Diaz okay to continue this one.
Tegarelli, Lopez, wonderful control there off of Barbosa. Lopez keeps that ball in play, and he pushes it right through the Uruguay defense. And that's the halftime whistle. There was a lot of action in the first 20 minutes, Peyton Sefik.
That was an exciting first half. I can't wait for the second. Some pretty cool goals, some big hits. We're looking forward to what's next.
So we're going to take a break. When we come back, the second half, it is the final day of group play. You are watching Uruguay, Argentina from the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. The final 20 minutes of day 3 are about to begin. You're watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. The Power Soccer Shop, I'm Tony Jackson, and joining me for these final 20 minutes, my broadcast partner, Peyton Sefik. And Peyton, a few changes in the lineups coming up for both sides in the second half. It looks like Aber Lopez is going to don the goalie shirt. Also on the pitch for Argentina, number 11, Lorenzo Lipari, they call him Lolo. Also on the pitch, number 8, Juan Bautista D'Angelo. For Uruguay, one change, Lucia Barbosa out of the match, and in her place, Juan Platero.
Not too surprising to see the change up from Argentina, as Aber Lopez is one of the top defenders on their team. They're trying to shore up this win and get the 3 points.
Now Diaz almost got that pass off Lopez. And the thing that makes Lopez so versatile is that not only is he a great defender, also a great attacker, as we saw in the first half.
Yeah, he is a very well-rounded player. And not just that, I also really enjoy his demeanor out there. He's very calm, cool, and collected. On the other side of things for Uruguay, Juan Platero is in the game now, spelling Lucia Barbosa. Lucia Barbosa has been very integral into the Uruguayan attack. So, but Juan Platero does not have any fall-off in skill. He's a very technically sound player, so just looking for a different look, I guess, for Uruguay.
Segrelli, Lipari,
Nice touch.
Francisco Vild over-rotates, and Juan D'Angelo wisely let that go out. Didn't really have a position to control the ball.
There's a bit of a mishit from Fran a little bit.
That ball into Valentino Segrelli, Francisco Vild. Backtracks to collect the ball.
Stellar matchup here between these two.
Platero, back to Vild. And the shot down the floor by Segrelli. Romano has to clear it out. Segrelli takes another shot. Lipari chasing the ball. He's not going to get there in time. And it looks like it's going to be a corner kick for Argentina.
Good call there. That was a tough one to read coming off the back of the defender, but I think they got that right.
Aber Lopez, strong kick. He's going to take this corner. Lipari at the far post, Segrelli at the top of the area. Lopez may try to sneak one behind Francisco Vild.
There's a lot of space there.
And that's what he tried to do.
Oh, that's going to go in!
Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable!
Now that ball bounced between the two defenders, and because Romano was off the post already, he pulled forward a little bit as that ball was coming through. Watch him. He pulls forward and turns, and that opened up enough room for Aber Lopez to get an unassisted goal off the corner.
You called it, Tony. You thought they might go behind, and that's exactly what happened. Unbelievable precision from Lopez there. Incredible goal, and just unfortunately a lapse in focus from Uruguay early in the second half.
And Francisco Vild, and the reason why I say that is because Vild was giving up so much space. He looked like he was going to cheat forward.
Honestly, I thought he might have been trying to bait that into Lopez into doing that, and just because of how he was set up so far forward.
Francisco Vild, when I say he stopped the ball. D'Angelo cross off of Platero.
I think you're right.
Lopez keeps it in play. Platero hits it out. Francisco Vild stopped the ball because he did exactly what you were saying. He was baiting Aber Lopez to hit it. Now what happened was Romano pulled away from the post and turned to see what was going on, and that allowed the ball to go over.
Yeah, that's just, it comes down to the discipline of the keeper, staying on that post no matter what. It feels so uncomfortable when the ball's coming at you to not move at all, but when you're on the post, the ball can't go through you. So that's just a discipline thing there for the young Uruguayan.
And it really comes down to trusting yourself.
Yeah.
And understanding the situation.
And honestly, Fran trusted his keeper to make the right play, and it just didn't work out for him.
Lopez with a pass across, cut off by Francisco Vild.
Great read from Fran there.
And that ball is out of play, kicked in Uruguay. And you see Francisco Vild trying to get the ball back on quickly. He knows there's not a lot of time with his team down by 2.
Tough position to be in here. Down 2 goals against Argentina. We've been playing so well throughout this tournament.
And again, with the way the results have been going today, this is a huge game for Uruguay.
It really is. It really is, Tony.
D'Angelo across to Segrelli. Lipari with the shot across and cut off by Francisco Vil. Segrelli. D'Angelo. Back to Segrelli. Back to D'Angelo, who's going to wind up. Actually, he's going to hold on to the ball. I thought he was going to wind up for a cross. Pass back out to Segrelli. He keeps it in play. That ball out behind Francisco Vil. And a foul. It looks like it's going to be on Segrelli.
Argentina can't believe it.
And the referees are talking to each other over the communication system. It is going to be Argentina ball, and I think that's the right call. Francisco Vil back into Valentino Segrelli.
Impressive to see this from Argentina. They don't have their full starting lineup in, and yet the ball is still moving freely around the box. Really good to see their offense with little to no drop-off, even with bench players in there.
Lopez. That ball off of Lolo's guard. Juan Platero heading back the other way. He can't get around Lopez just yet, though. And a 2-on-1 violation on Argentina gives Uruguay an indirect free kick.
Didn't quite see that 2-on-1, but
Platero with a shot off of Segrelli.
good looking shot from Juan Platero there.
Good job by Segrelli to cut that off.
Yeah, definitely lucky he got that. This is going to be a corner for Uruguay. Really big moment in the game here. If Uruguay can steal a goal back, it changes the shape of this game again.
Segrelli right on top of it.
Too easy to read there for Zigarelli. He saw it coming the whole way, and Fran didn't really do anything in the way of masking that kick.
That's one of those moments, too, where if you know he's going to jump out, you can change your angle as you're coming into your kick and send it behind the defender.
And it might be one of those moments where you're down 2 goals, you know time's ticking, you're trying to go as fast as possible, and instead of taking the best option, you just go for what your original plan was.
Yes, there will be a time when Uruguay will need to take some risks. D'Angelo winds up. That ball bounces out to Segrelli, who goes across. Romano clears it. Segrelli back into the Uruguay goal area. Segrelli going to unwind a shot, and that ball tipped off the back of his chair, and that prevented him from unleashing a rocket. Platero breaking towards the Argentina goal area. Javier Lopez doing his best to turn him around. Nicely done by Platero.
Beautiful.
Platero weaving his way into the Argentina goal area. That's going to be a kick-in for Uruguay, and this is a really good position for them here.
Juan Platero coming into the game, we've seen it time and time again, where he comes into the game either late in the game or just kind of off the bench, and he plays incredibly. He's a really strong player. Pretty stern talking to here from head referee on both the players inside the box who are jockeying for position. So no more contact, says Doug Wolf. I'm going to be watching.
Diaz sliding over to the far post. Completely free. It'll be difficult to get it over there. Francisco Vil into the defense. That ball bounces around. Platero trying to turn Javier Lopez towards the goal line. It's not going to work. Lopez getting him out of the area. And Platero pushing on Lopez. The referee is calling over Platero. This is probably going to be his final warning.
I would assume that the referee might go into his pocket for a card moving forward. There's been a bunch of contact in this game, and as we said at the beginning of it, we knew tempers were going to be flaring. This rivalry is so storied, not just in power soccer, but just in general, and it hasn't disappointed so far.
Segrelli pushing across into Uruguay's half. Segrelli looking to get around Platero, and he does. Couldn't get a good pass off to Lipari, and there's a pass, and the cross back to Segrelli, cut off by Platero. Javier Lopez steps up. Segalele dropping back into the second pivot position. Francisco Vild, Diaz, back to Vild, across the Platero. Right into Javier Lopez. And Lopez wanted to send it down the floor and he missed. Kick in coming up for Uruguay.
Juan Platero missed that by inches. That would have been an incredible play from Uruguay. Really good to see them get their passing game going though. But still, their set pieces need a little bit of work. They haven't really had any opportunities. Brand directing traffic.
He's actually calling Romano up towards the center line a little bit to give him at least another option around this defense. He's going to go straight into that wall though. Javier Lopez right there. Bautista over to Lipari, who's got an open shot coming up. And there it is. No one there on the other side to collect it. And so we talked about this yesterday, and I'll talk about it again for a moment. Lipari had open space, and he decided to go full power on that kick to send it across. I think if he had let off a little bit of power, he could have sent it towards the post near him.
Yeah, I think that's just the case of a young player whose eyes are a little bit bigger than their stomach in that instance, which you can't be faulted for,
Indeed, it is difficult when you see swaths of open space and you're not quite sure what to do because you have so many choices now.
Yeah, still really encouraging to see from Argentina. D'Angelo set that up with a beautiful pass all the way across the pitch. So let's see if they continue their offensive pressure here.
D'Angelo back to Segalele. Segalele back to D'Angelo. Cut off by Francisco Vild. That ball still in play off of Vild. Wonderful play by Valentino Segalele. Into the area, cut off by Romano. Lopez into Bautista. Bautista across the pitch. Francisco Vild unleashes a shot. Javier Lopez, that ball hits off of Juan Pelatero's arm. And we're going to stop play and have a set ball.
Just because, indeed, it did bounce up and hit the player, so that's why we got a stoppage, but it looks like Juan Pelatero's ready to go.
Lucia Barbosa sitting at the scorer's table looking to re-enter the match. Marco Diaz coming off. And now Barbosa gives them a little bit more one-on-one capability out here. Now they have three players who can really work against Argentina one-on-one and potentially get more passes off here. We'll see what happens with this change.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure if we've seen this lineup from Uruguay, at least not for very long. Three players that can distribute pretty well, and that's exactly what Uruguay needs right now is to get the passing going.
Francisco Vild holds that ball in play.
Unbelievable.
Pass across to Lipari, over to Bautista. Nicely done by Bautista to get that ball. Francisco Vild, smart play to just block D'Angelo.
Beautiful play by Fran there.
Smart defense. He was on the wrong side of the ball and he just drove next to him to prevent him from spinning and kicking that ball anywhere.
Juan Bautista, D'Angelo, can't believe it, but it was a really daft play by Vild to get in his way to not allow him to open up and take a spin kick.
Nicely done by Francisco Vild. That ball's going to go out of play. Uruguay kick in.
Vild is showcasing his control on that far sideline. It's been pretty impressive so far. Uruguay in much better positions here, except an errant pass, unfortunately.
Bautista over to Lopez. Back to Bautista. D'Angelo. The cross.
Oh, nice.
Lipari with a shot and he just misses.
Such good build-up play from Argentina, though.
Francisco Vild misses that. That gets through. Lucia Barbosa is there for Uruguay to bring it back into the Argentina half. Pass across, cut off by Francisco Vild. Platero chasing. He's not going to get there in time. Goal kick, Argentina. 34th minute. Argentina still lead 3-1.
These are big moments in the closing. Like as we get closer to stoppage time,
Uruguay really needs to find a foothold if they're going to claw themselves back into this game.
That ball across to Platero. Platero takes a shot. Not a lot of pace on it. Francisco Villa tried to get it across to Barbosa and couldn't get it over there. That ball along the touchline, out of play, kick in Uruguay.
It's electric in here, Tony.
It is quite the atmosphere. We're going to have a pause in the action. And we're going to have another talking to from the referee, Aver Lopez and Juan Platero, mixing it up a little bit down there.
A few times they've come together.
That ball into Aver Lopez. Ball back across. Bautista D'Angelo, nice touch, a little too heavy though. He couldn't control it. Kicking coming up for Uruguay. There was a lot of pace on that pass. And that's really challenging to control. You want to take your chair and turn it into the ball and cradle it a little bit with your back wheel if you can to slow it down. 2-on-1 violation on Argentina gives Uruguay an indirect free kick. Minute number 36. The seconds are ticking away for Uruguay to mount a comeback. And it looks like Nico Pulas is coming into the match. Marco Diaz also coming back in. Dario Romano unaware that he was being substituted. And now he's coming out.
We heard assistant coach Colin Gordon talk about taking the emotion out of this game. And I think this is the most restraint we've seen from the Argentine coaching staff. They have been mostly seated on the bench, not as much jumping up and down as we have in the past few games. So good to see them sticking to their game plan. On the other side of things, Uruguay, it is really time to dig deep. They're trying a different formation here. We'll see if they bring that keeper up indeed.
The ironic thing about what you just said about the Argentinian coaching staff is that Colin Gordon is making them calm. That ball gets all the way through to the Argentine goal area. That ball bounces in the air, set ball coming up. If you've watched power chair football over the years and you've seen England when Colin Gordon was in charge, you know that Colin Gordon and calm are like oil and water. Really pushing.
A lot of contact there.
Francisco Villa gets him turned. Now, very smart by Segarelli to use the touchline to get Francisco Villa to turn. Good. Takes a shot. Great idea, just that ball was rolling a little bit too fast. If he was able to control that, that would have been an incredible shot. Lolo Lipari coming out of the match for Argentina, coming on in his place, number 18, Pablo Ochoa. Segarelli looking for Ochoa, now going to go to D'Angelo. He's going to go across to nobody. Francisco Villa will pick that up for Uruguay. 38th minute. Francisco Villa content with driving the ball all the way into the Argentina goal area. Now he might be able to win one-on-one with somebody, but working two-on-one is going to be a bigger challenge. Let's see if he can find a pass. Marco Diaz set up behind him.
Yeah, he's going to try to get it up to the top pivot here.
That ball going to go out for a kick in. Good play by Francisco Villa.
Lucia Barbosa seemed like she was set up in a good space, but unfortunately the pass just never came.
Now they're bringing everybody up. Francisco Villa asking Nico Pulas to pull up into the area, and now Villa with the ball goes into Aver Lopez. And frankly, Peyton, it didn't really look like they had a plan.
No, that looked like a backyard play where you just kind of draw something up on the fly, and unfortunately There was no teeth behind it.
Segrelli thought about going directly in for a moment because there was nobody in the goal area.
Probably the smarter play to just calm things down a little bit. Now it's time for Argentina to get the ball down in their end and lead some ball.
Bautista D'Angelo pressuring Uruguay.
Instead of putting it into the middle here, I'd like to see Argentina just kill the clock as much as possible.
We are in added time, so it looks like that's what they're doing right now. They're just holding onto the ball, and there's the ball back out to the middle. Uruguay with a kick-in coming up. And barring an absolute miracle, it looks like Argentina is going to come away with all 3 points here in this final group stage match.
Yeah.
Diaz going to wind up for a shot, and he couldn't get around in time. Javier Lopez was right there to block him if he connected, though.
Yeah, this is looking like it's Argentina's game. I think that they were the stronger team overall. It was a really exciting first half. A beautiful goal by Marco Diaz tied it up, but then Argentina just kept pressing with their beautiful passing plays and ended up coming up on top with a little bit more possession.
And in the final moments, Uruguay with another kick-in coming up.
Again, they not quite getting corners, so they don't have the space to make anything substantial happen for themselves.
Javier Lopez strips that ball away. Francisco Villa gets it back. And Francisco Villa holding it up. Let's see what his plan is here.
Needs to get the ball moving. Doesn't have time to waste here.
The ball out to Barboza.
Good idea.
Punches it right into Lopez. Barboza has the ball ripped away.
Barboza needs to make a play here. Javier will just sit with it on his guard all day long until the referee blows the final whistle.
Time is just ticking away for Uruguay here,
Yeah.
and Argentina is more than happy to let that happen.
Yeah. Great job by Bautista jumping in there.
Bill with a shot. D'Angelo. Diaz. Uruguay launching a shot across.
Oh, nice
blocked by
shot.
Segrelli. And this is the thing that is a little bit confusing about Uruguay, is that in these final moments, they've proven that they can move the ball with passes. And a lot of times it's just them driving the ball and holding it.
It's unfortunate, yeah.
And they created an opportunity right there at the end.
Right.
With the passing.
If they do that 5 minutes prior, it's a much more dangerous style of play that they can actually capitalize on. So, but they're a young squad, you know. I think they've been playing the sport for a long time, but they're still young, and they have room to grow. We'll see how things shake out tomorrow with top 4. But Argentina very excited with how that game went.
And on that note, that marks the end of the group stage. Tomorrow is the knockout stage. We will play the first 2 semifinals, then the 5th and 6th place match, then the 3rd place match, and then the championship. It all goes down tomorrow at the Ability 360 Sports and Fitness Center. For Peyton Sefik, I'm Tony Jackson. You have been watching the 2025 APFC Americas Cup presented by Henkel. We will see you tomorrow.